Chilean Nuclear Energy Commission. And I want to welcome everyone join us both here in person at the Chilean Nuclear Energy Commission in Santiago, Chile, and also those participating online from around the globe. So welcome to the Inter-American Conference on Science and Technology and Nuclear Fusion and its Application 2025. And over the next 2 days, we will discuss very interesting topics in the intersection of science, government, and industry. We are honored to have a distinguished panel of speakers who will do the opening remarks. So I want to first welcome the Executive Director of the Chilean Nuclear Energy Commission, Dr. Luis Huerta. Please.
Thank you, Barbara. Good morning. It's really a pleasure to be here to open this conference. Distinguished authorities who join us for the inauguration for this conference, Mr. Luis Felipe Ramos, Under Secretary of Energy, dear Dr. Matteo Barbarino, IAEA's representative and fusion expert, dear Dr. Ulises Barres de Almeida, Director of the Latin American Center for Physics, Professor Stephen Cowley, Director of the Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory, Professor Aldo del Valle, Ministry of Science, Technology, Knowledge and Innovation, Dr. Tatawachai Onyum, Director of the Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology, distinguished members of the Board of Directors of the Chilean Nuclear Energy Commission, in particular General Oscar Bustos, Dr. Leopoldo Soto, President of the Chilean Physics Society and Chairman of the first Inter-American Conference on Nuclear Fusion, Academia, Government, Industry, distinguished speakers and participants at the conference, dear colleagues of the organizing committee, dear colleagues of the Chilean Nuclear Energy Commission, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this fantastic and unprecedented conference on nuclear fusion and its technological and business opportunities for Latin American society. This is fusion, not fission. Nuclear energy derived from joining two hydrogen nuclei into a single fused nucleus, which release energy in the process from mass converted into pure energy. From a physics perspective, the topic at hand is nuclear physics, but this two-day conference isn't about physics. We are addressing the relationship between science and industry in a global effort that is becoming increasingly relevant with the passing of time and the rise in energy needs. These are the topics we will address over these 2 days with the participation of scientists, representatives from industry and government agencies. At this conference, we will emphasize the importance of the relationship between scientific research and entrepreneurship, not to passively debate this global effort as mere spectators, but to address its importance and the opportunities for our Latin American region. Our institution manages a nuclear research reactor dedicated to the production of radioisotopes for medicine and industry. The inhabitants of our country benefit from radiopharmaceuticals for the diagnosis and treatment of cancer. In addition, we calibrate radiation devices and detectors and manage radioactive waste from nuclear medicine and industrial applications of ionizing radiation, and provides the respective dosimetry. We also act as a national regulatory body in the nuclear and radiological fields, and 5 R&D centers generate knowledge and applications in health, energy transition, materials, environment, and plasma nuclear physics. Without a doubt, the global challenge of nuclear fusion for electric energy production exceeds the capacities and capabilities of our countries in the region. We know this, but actually countries in the global south don't have the enormous budget we need to address the issues of nuclear fusion science and technology discussed in the world's mainstream. However, our shortcoming isn't about talent, nor about the ability to train the human resources necessary for the task. We have demonstrated that we have the talented and advanced professionals necessary to accomplish the objectives. However, the budget is important. Therefore, our task is to explore what we can do in this global effort. Our institution, the Chilean Nuclear Energy Commission, we have one of the few research groups in Chile, pioneers in our country in studying nuclear fusion. They discovered, with their scaling rules for the pulsed plasmas they produce, what needed to be done with a small budget to be at the forefront of fusion research. This is precisely the circumstance motivated our institution to organize this conference. Last year, we from Sechen participated in the first meeting of the World Fusion Energy Group in Rome. 50 representatives from science, government, and industry gathered to discuss the future of energy for global development and what nuclear fusion can do for that. A few months earlier, the Latin American Center for Physics, CLAF, created the Latin American Nuclear Fusion Unit to join our region in this global effort. And here is another reason. We aim to incorporate our region into the future energy race. We call it global energy equity. We want to participate in the race because we pursue to be as close as possible to the finish line when the world achieves the goal of the fusion energy plant. We want to be part of the global race, and we can. But we are committed to participate as a region, not only in the scientific adventure, the incredibly adventure of fusion, but also in industry efforts, taking advantage of the diverse and varied possibilities that always arise in complex technological issues. We appreciate your interest and generosity in sharing your knowledge, vision, and perspective on these topics these 2 days. We firmly believe that this day's discussions will allow us to visualize the opportunities that arise on the path toward fusion energy. And as I said, not only for science, but especially for technology and industry in Latin America. We hope that this opportunity to exchange views will foster regional collaboration to actively participate in the fusion energy effort. I warmly welcome you all, both in person and online. As part of the conclusions of these days, we will seek to sign the Declaration of Santiago, a commitment to promote the participation of the Global South region in the science, technology, and applications that world efforts to achieve the goal of fusion energy is generating in various related areas. I wish you fruitful debates and the exchange of valuable views and insights in the purpose that bring us together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Huerta, for those inspiring words. And our next speaker is joining us online. So please welcome Dr. Matteo Barbarino from the International Atomic Energy Agency. Please, Dr. Barbarino.
Gracias. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it is an honor to join you today on behalf of the International Atomic Energy Agency at the opening of this timely and important conference. First of all, I want to thank our hosts, CCHEN, the Chilean Nuclear Energy Commission, and our partners at CLAF for bringing us together in Santiago and for ensuring that the voice of Latin America is heard in the global fusion dialogue. As Director Huerta was summarizing, fusion energy is undergoing a change as we speak. We are seeing the transition from research, from pure research to development. There are new public-private partnerships that are being formed. Countries are rolling out national strategies, and we see also a growing interest from emerging economies. So the agency, the IAA, is at the center of this evolution, and our mission is to help member states to share knowledge, build capacity, and also assess the pathways from today's capabilities, so domestic capabilities, most of which are experimental or research capabilities, to tomorrow's industrial applications of fusion. So for Latin America, I think this conference demonstrates that both scientific capabilities already exist and as well as opportunities. As Luis was recalling, there is a long tradition in plasma physics and computational modeling and advanced materials research in the region. And the objective of this conference and the reason why we were very happy to work together with CCHEN on making it happen is that by connecting these strengths that exist today throughout the region with international efforts, Latin America can position itself as a valuable contributor to global progress in fusion. So at the IAA, our role is to provide a trusted platform. We do that through the initiatives that were already some of them have been recalled, like the World Fusion Energy Group we organized last year, but also, of course, the notorious Fusion Energy Conference we organize every 2 years. Publications such as the World Fusion Outlook that we now publish on an annual basis, where we also provide this overview of fusion research and development. So we We help the community to track developments, exchange data, including fundamental nuclear data that are important to describe and understand the fusion processes inside the machine. And we also work together on identifying best practices, which later turn into standards. Equally important is our role and our commitment to support capacity building and what's we also refer to as workforce development and regional cooperation. So these are all essential to sustaining momentum, and I believe this is in fact the main goal of this very important conference. So just to conclude this event today, as Director Huerta was referring to, and I would like to subscribe to that this event is not only about the science, but it's about creating bridges between government, academia, industry. So that is why I think our colleagues at CCHEN and CLAF worked very hard to put together a program and a list of participants that are representatives of this diversity of groups and stakeholders, and with the intent of building a bridge between Latin America and the wider fusion community. And then ultimately between today's research and the future application. So I look forward to the discussions and the outcomes of this meeting.
Well, thank you, Dr. Barbarino, for providing the perspective from the IAEA, and we thank all the support that the agency provides to our countries. So I want to introduce our next speaker, the director of the Latin American Center for Physics, Dr. Ulises Barres. Please, Dr. Barres.
Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. I would like to salute, on behalf of CLAF, all the distinguished authorities and participants that are present in this meeting, and in particular, Dr. Luis Huerta, my predecessor as director of CLAF, and who was the person who set the basis, actually, for CLAF to take a part in the discussion that's going to happen here. I also would like to salute Leopoldo Soto, who is present here with us, the coordinator of the nuclear fusion unit of CLAF and the responsible for putting this meeting together, this very important and unique meeting for our region in this field. I want to say only a few words because I would like to take this opportunity to introduce a little bit about CLAF to this audience. I believe CLAF can be a central player in the discussions that are going to happen here and the discussions that are going to result from this meeting. But I believe that maybe it's not so well known to some of this audience. So I would like to spend a couple of minutes just to present what the Latin American Center for Physics is. I have prepared a few slides for that. Is that possible to show them? I don't know if they are available. It's the third one in the list, yes. Excellent. Is there a way I can pass the slides from here? Or? Oh, thank you. So very briefly, the Latin American Center for Physics, which is based in Rio de Janeiro at the Brazilian Center for Physics Research, is an intergovernmental organization which was founded under the auspices of UNESCO in 1962, a moment when physics was just starting to develop in the continent as a whole. And it's hosted at CBPF since and has had directors from various countries in the region. The mission of CLAF has been from its inception to foster and facilitate the study and development of physics in Latin America and the Caribbean countries through the promotion of collaboration and exchanges between institutions and individuals from these and other countries, as well as assistance in the training and the acquisition of the financial resources necessary for this. So I think that the mission of CLAF fits perfectly as support to the objectives that we want to reach with this meeting. And just to give you an idea of the importance of CLAF in nucleating and helping to foster the development of physics in the whole of the region, I present you this map here on the right, which shows all the locations, and this is probably a subset of the real locations where groups have been established by people who have somehow been supported by CLAF in their studies and the development of their research. How do I? Ah. Thank you, Luis. Maybe now I have. So actually, CLAF resulted from a series of Latin American conferences in physics, 58, 61, and 62, respectively, in Mexico, Argentina, and Brazil. And after the third Latin American school in 61 in Rio, it was clear that there should be a center to help continue this work and foster the development of physics in the region. And that's how, with the support of the Brazilian government, after a UNESCO expert meeting held in Rio de Janeiro in 61, CLAF was founded in 62 to start its mission. And through its years, CLAF has always worked with promoting capacity building at a regional scale through schools and mobility of students and researchers, supporting the sharing of scientific information through various events like this conference that's happening here now, and of course, establishing international partnerships to support these activities in various ways. And more recently, CLAF has started the creation of focus points, hubs for discussion of crucial matters for the development of physics in the continent, which we call thematic units. And Luis Huerta, during his directorship of CLAF, was a great sponsor of these units. And one of them, as you can see here, is the nuclear fusion unit, which is coordinated by Dr. Leopoldo Soto. And it's a real pleasure as director of the Latin American Center for Physics to be able to be here with you and to take part in this dialogue with you and help that this dialogue will continue in a fruitful way and will develop into collaborations in the continent. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Barres, for your words and for presenting CLAF and the relevance and in the Latin American context. So to close these opening remarks, I want to introduce to you our conference chairman, Dr. Leopoldo Soto from the Chilean Nuclear Energy Commission. Please, Dr. Soto.
Good morning, distinguished authorities, colleagues, students, and friends here and online. Good morning to the speaker and panelists from Latin America, US, and Asia. Nuclear fusion is the process that powers the sun and the stars and represents a clean, safe, and virtually inexhaustible source of energy, distinct from today's fission reactors. Its development is a historic opportunity to transform the global energy matrix and confront climate change. It is a of the International Atomic Energy Agency, also the sponsorship of the Latin American Center of Physics and the Chilean Physical Society. Their support has been fundamental to make this meeting possible. Why are we holding this conference in Chile and here at the Chilean Nuclear Energy Commission? More than 25 years ago, we asked if a small country like Chile, with few resources and only a handful of plasma physicists, could contribute to nuclear fusion research of global relevance. While developed nations invested billions in large facility, we developed another path, scaling to miniaturized experiment, small enough to fit in a briefcase, yet able to reproduce the same energy density as the largest plasma-focused aspect pitch device in the world. We proved it was possible, creating the smallest system in the world capable of producing nuclear fusion reactions, and today others are inspired by those results. Having achieved that dream, we now invite Latin America to take the leap and become part of the global challenge of nuclear fusion. In Latin America, several research groups from different countries, first Brazil and Argentina, later Mexico, Chile, and Costa Rica, have been working on fusion for more than 40 years, advancing with limited resources through a small-scale experiment, miniaturization of devices, international cooperation, and interdisciplinary approaches. These groups have contributed in original ways to knowledge in plasma physics, instrumentation, material science, and related technologies. The region has also contributed with many young researchers who pursued doctoral studies abroad and joined international universities, laboratories, and consortia, bringing talent into the global fusion effort. Latin America also plays a strategic role because of its significant lithium reserve in Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, and the recent finding in Peru. Lithium is a key resource for the fuel cycle of future fusion reactors. Copper is essential for the fusion value chain. Its electrical and thermal conductivity make it indispensable in pulsed power system, auxiliary magnetic coils, heat exchangers, and advanced composite for components exposed to extreme fluxes. As the largest copper producer in the world, Chile can contribute not only raw material, but also innovation in alloys and associated technologies. Rare earth elements with important deposits in Brazil, Chile, and other countries of the region are vital for high power permanent magnets, catalysis, and electronic device required for magnetic confinement system and the broader fusion energy infrastructure. Together, lithium, copper, and rare earth the future energy landscape. The key question is how to ensure energy justice and equity between the Global South and the Global North. The Global South has already been contributing of this worldwide effort. The challenge is how to add value to our natural resources and make fusion a driver of the industry in Latin America and the Global South. How do we guarantee symmetry in the use of exchange of experience and data between North and South? One of the main outcomes we expect from this conference is the Santiago Declaration. More than a formal document, it will be a roadmap to capture the consensus reached here between science, government, and industry, and to express the Latin American vision facing the global challenge of nuclear fusion. I invite you to use these 2 days not only to exchange knowledge, but also to build bridges, commitment, and cooperation that extend into the future. Together, let us ensure that the voice of Latin American is present in the global path of fusion energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Soto, for your words, very inspiring for this conference. We are now ready to move to our first scientific session, which is called International Overview of Nuclear Fusion. So our first sessions provide a vital international perspective on the advancement in nuclear fusion research. So I am pleased to introduce our first speaker from this session, And if our first join us online, I'm honored to introduce Dr. Stephen Cownley, Director of Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory, who will speak on advances in fusion research in the US. So please welcome Dr. Stephen Cownley. Sí, por el chat, ¿le pueden decir que tiene que unirse? Tiene que aceptar la invitación. Dr. Cownley, can you hear us? I think you need to accept the invitation. Is that correct? No? Maybe I can propose we can switch orders. We can try to contact Dr. Cownley, and we can, if that's okay, we can move to our next speaker. So I would like to invite our next speaker from Thailand, who will talk about Thailand's development in fusion energy, a synergy of domestic capability, regional education, and global collaboration. So please welcome the director of the Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology, Dr. Thawatchai Onchun. Please, Doctor.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. My name is Thawachai Onjan. I'm the Executive Director of Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology. So let me begin with, we would like to, for my presentation, I will divide within the four part. So let the first part is about the introduction about the Thailand. I think 1,000 kilometers away from each other. So from the picture you see that it's quite far. But we heard a lot about Chile, and I think it's a very good opportunity for us to be here. And for Thailand, I think the people knows it's really famous as the land of smile. And this is because of the Thai people really like to smile, and there are many good things in my country. We have a very nice cultures and really good place to visit. So Thailand basically is in among the ASEAN country, the Southeast Asia countries. There are 10 members of the ASEAN communities, and Thailand is one of them. And for the fusion research, Thailand now is the only country that has the fusion facility in Thailand. So we try to bring everyone up together and work together in order to build up our strength and the development of the fusion capability in the Southeast Asia. So my institute, Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology, is very similar to the normal of the nuclear research institute, that we have a lot of infrastructure, a lot of the engineering, and trying to utilize the nuclear in various aspects. So for my institute, there are several large infrastructure in my country. First is about the nuclear research reactor. I think it's similar to here in Chile. So we have the 1.3 megawatt research trigger research reactor, which we use for a lot of various application, including the radiopharmaceuticals and neutron activation analysis and the various techniques based on the research. Also, the, we also have the electron beam accelerator facility to use for the gem coloring, changing the colors, try to for the sterilization of the products and so on. So their electron beam facility is one of the key facility in my institute, and there are a lot of applications that we are using it right now. The next one is our cyclotron facility. Is a 30 MeV cyclotron, and is expect to finish next year. So we will use in terms of the radio isotope production, and also trying to use as a basis of the ionization technology for in the various techniques. Okay, so come back to the fusion. Fusion has been established in Thailand for almost more than 10 years, and we try to build up our strength by connecting with a lot of people in the international level. So when we start, I think we start at the early of 2000. So mostly at that time, we our contribution to the fusion community is based on the simulation. We use various of the fusion code, try to understand what's going on in the fusion, and try to develop some of the theory and so on. And one thing that we realized that it's really difficult to move forward because we don't have the facility. So we try to build up the facility in Thailand, and that take us a while in order to develop this tokamak. Okay, so this is the picture of the tokamak that called the Thailand tokamak #1. We call in short as the TT1. So this project it started around 2017 when we connect with our colleague in China, which they donate some part of their previous tokamak called the HT6M to us, and we use that as a base of the try to reconstruct that to build the new vacuum system, new uh, all the system diagnostic system and so on. So we build it up and start with the working together with our Chinese colleagues and try to reconstruct that and it take more than almost 4 years in order to do this development and finally we can get it done and one is we can test it in China. We took it apart again and ship it to Thailand and start to construct it. And finally, we can have the first commission of this tokamak in 2023, which is construct this tokamak by the help from our Chinese colleague at the ASIPP. We can reconstruct that and then we can learn a lot about this development. So this is the current photo of this tokamak. It has uh, uh, at the moment there are not several of diagnostic that we are installing. The CCD camera, the ACN laser, and there are other things that in the plan of the development. So basically, this tokamak is small tokamak. Major radius is about 65 centimeter, and the minor radius is about 20 so we after we when we start we got the some part the chamber the magnet system from the HT6M tokamak from China and then we reconstruct it by the putting the new power supply vacuum system the data acquisition and the diagnostic system. So at the moment there are the several diagnostic systems that are installed in the system for the magnetic measurement, the ACA laser, the H-alpha, the LENGMO probe, the CCD camera, the soft X-ray, enhanced X-ray. And right now, the one that we are working on right now is the trying to develop the HIBP and the ECE so that we can improve our capability and the performance of the tokamak and also increase our capability in terms of the measurements as well. Okay. So at the moment, Thailand tokamak number one or the TT1. Okay. Is that okay? Thank you. So right now Thailand is here. Okay, the Chile is here. So we have the right now the Thailand tokamak number one is the only tokamak in the ASEAN country. And what we have been doing is that we try to set up this as a basis of the fusion development of the region. So Thailand, we will work closely with our colleagues from the Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, Philippines, as well as our country in the among the ASEAN, so that we can learn and try to develop understanding and try to contribute our knowledge, our experience to the fusion community. So this is the typical shot in our tokamak. So the typical length is about 100 milliseconds, and we can measure several things at the moment. Okay. So we have been working with this tokamak for the in the last 2 years, and there are a lot of stuff that we're trying to do, and we try to improve our performance and also try to improve our by the improved plasma current, also improve the plasma duration time. So this is the typical shot that we can obtain from during our experiment in our. In Thailand, we have the plan for the utilizing this. We have a 20 years plan for the fusion development, including the infrastructure, research development, and human capacity development. So this is uh, not only that develop the tokamak in the future. For the first Thailand tokamak #1, we developed together with our colleagues from China. We received a lot of assistance from them, our experience, our knowledge from them, and we plan that in the next 10 years we will build the new tokamak by ourselves in Thailand. Okay. So in terms of the education, this is the way that we start of our fusion development in the region by starting with what we call the ASEAN School on Plasma and the Nuclear Fusion, in which we work together with our colleagues from France, from Japan, and from China also, trying to rub this together. So this project started in 2015, as we organized the first meeting in the Thammasat University. And then at that time, we have a lot of help from our colleagues from the CEA. And you can see my photo here. At that time, I was the professor in the university. So we uh, uh, bring a lot of Thai students and also students from the ASEAN trying to learn about the fusion research. And we have the lecturers from the CEA and from Japan for the first time. And after that, we start to build, continue this ASEAN School on Plasma and Nuclear Fusion. And we set it up in the different locations around the country. And the school is growing up, starting from about 30 to 40 students, and then we increase and increase. And at the moment, the roughly number of students is about almost 100 students participating in this school. So the latest one is the beginning of this year. Okay, at this one. This is at the beginning of this year. And during the meeting, we uh, not only that we learned about the technical things about the fusion research, we also try to let the student have experience on our tokamak as well, so that they can get the real feeling about what's going on in terms of fusion and what it's like. So we have the number of the students from the about half from Thailand and another half from the student from the ASEAN community, from the Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and Vietnam mainly. But sometimes we receive the student from Japan, from the US, from the Nepal and India as well. So the the school is growing and growing, and we can not only learning about the fusion, but we can share the experience and the what the young generation think about the fusion research as well. And at the moment, after the school, we found that the student from the school, they also continue to study in the fusion uh, study. So some of them went to like Japan or to France to continue their PhD. And also right now we have a PhD student facility, and also we have the school, and this together can build the community in the region. So in order to play more roles in the fusion development in the global community, we also participate in the global event. So Thailand has signed up with has the agreement with the ITER so that we can send some of the students and also the researcher to work in ITER for a couple months so that they gain some experience at the higher level. And this is some photo of them at the ITER. So they work together with our colleagues at the ITER. Not only at the ITER, but also we work together with the leading a fusion facility like the one in China. China, they have one of the leading tokamak called the East. So we work together with them, and also with our expertise, we can develop what the neutron diagnostic, and then we install our diagnostic in the East tokamak as well, so that we can participate in that program. So this is some photo of the during the that we work together with our uh, ASIPP colleagues. Not only our colleagues in China, we also work together with our colleagues in Japan. Okay, so we participate in the number of projects around in Japan at NIF and also in university. So this can lead to the very fruitful collaboration. We can gain a lot of experience, and we can lead to the new development for the researcher in Thailand. Okay, so the summary of my talks, you can see that in Thailand, TINT, or the Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology, is the main organization in Thailand that work on the nuclear research, and we do both of the research and also the provide service based on the nuclear technology to the Thai community. In order to develop the fusion development in Thailand, we take the 3 steps. First is to build our domestic capability by introduce the Thailand tokamak #1 in the country, that we work together with our colleagues in China, and we put this as the key of the development of the region. Second one is about the regional education. We use the ASIC School on Plasma and Nuclear Fusion as the key that we learn and keep track about the fusion development in the global level. So every year we bring the expert and discuss and share the experience with our young generation. And the last one, that the global collaboration that TINT participate with ITER, with ASIPP in China, and with NIF in Japan. So these three things, the domestic capability, the regional education, and the global collaboration, they are the key success so that Thailand can develop the fusion community, and we wish that this development that we can share with everyone in the region and around the world. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Onjun, for sharing your experience of Thailand in development of fusion energy, and for sharing about your beautiful country as well. So I think we have been successfully able to connect now Dr. Stephen Cownley. So thank you for your patience. Dr. Cowley, can you hear us?
Hello?
Okay. So let me again properly introduce our next speaker.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly. Can
I
you
can't
hear
hear
us?
you. Good.
How about that?
It's echoing.
Hello? Hello? There. Okay. Yeah. So one last time. Right now, I'm honored to introduce Cowley, director of the Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory, who will speak on advances in fusion research in the US. So now, please welcome Dr. Stephen Cowley.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear
Very
you.
good.
Yes, we can hear you. 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 Yes, we can hear you.
Let me share my screen.
Stop presenting.
Try this again. Share screen.
Do that.
Yes.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
One technical snafu after another from me. I hope, as my name is Steve Cowley, and I'm the director of the US's National Lab in Fusion, the Princeton Plasma Physics Lab. And I'm going to talk about US fusion strategy. Let me just check with my IT people if I'm coming through. Am I coming through? Yep. Okay, terrific. Finally. Thank you so much. This is a great honor to present at this conference. I am a person who's been in fusion for over 40 years, and I think we're in the end game of fusion, but we need to assemble the talent from around the world to push us through to the end of this quest. We've been trying to do fusion, I think, since the very early 1950s here at Princeton, and we're beginning to sense that we're getting close to being able to do some sensible amounts of fusion. We just had a visit from the US Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. He came last week to the lab and spent the day with us. We had a great tour of the lab. We had a lot of discussions. He addressed the staff in a fireside chat. He's very excited about fusion. He himself, of course, comes from the oil and gas industry, but I think he recognizes, like all of us, that the future energy supply for the world is critical to global prosperity. This quote from him, that's him, by the way, with the white hair, with the big grin on his face. And he's a delightful person to spend time with, I must say. He sees fusion as a very exciting technology. In fact, he said he went to college hoping to study fusion. And he's remained interested ever since. We have a kind of consensus building in the US government. During the Biden administration, we had what they call the decadal strategy for fusion. And we see here, for instance, on the right, Chuck Fleischmann is the chair of the Appropriations Committee in the US Congress. And he's one of the people pushing for a national strategy for future. We don't actually have a national strategy. So what you're hearing from me today is views from an interested party, perhaps a reasonably well-informed party on this, since I lead the national lab in this area. You can see that strategy is not just coming out of the US government. I think this is because people realize that if we go to an energy economy that's based a lot on renewable energy, we're going to have something that fills in the gaps. When the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine, we will need energy. And fusion would be the perfect way to do that. So you can see here from Brad Smith, who's the Microsoft president, another quote on fusion. So the question is, if we're optimistic about fusion, why are we optimistic, and how do we take this forward? And I think some of the consensus comes from this report of the National Academy of Sciences from 2021. In this report, it was called Bringing Fusion to the US Grid. It says the Department of Energy and the private sector should produce net electricity in a fusion plant in the United States in the 2035-2040 timeframe. Now, one of the things I always emphasize here is net electricity will not be a commercial plant. It'll be the first, pilot plant. We're calling this the pilot plant. And it will be something that we will probably still be doing some measure of experimentation and technology development on.
Hey, Stephen,
but 2035, 2040.
Dr. Connolly,
I can't hear you, sorry. You're echoing like crazy. Can you hear me? Hello? I'm not sure if I should continue with my presentation. It's impossible to hear exactly what you're saying.
Dr. Cowley. Yes, we are having problems with your presentation. We were looking at your
Hello.
at your home screen, but if you could share us the
Are you seeing, what screen are you seeing? Am I not presenting the right screen?
Yes. We were just looking at your presentator screen. If you could share us the presentation itself, please. That was the issue. If it's too difficult, please don't mind. Just continue.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, we can see clearly now.
Can you see now? Can they see my screen now?
Yes,
Full screen?
yes, it's okay now. Thank you.
My apologies. Charisma, can you check? Yeah. Okay. So this was the report of the National Academies bringing fusion to the U.S. grid. Everybody wants to do this reaction. It's the reaction between heavy hydrogen, that's deuterium, which has a proton and a neutron in its nucleus, and tritium, which has a proton and two neutrons in its nucleus. This, by far, is the easiest fusion reaction to do. It passes through helium-5, which you can see my pointer. Helium-5 is this intermediate nucleus that doesn't last very long at all, into the J3 half state of helium-5, and then it splits up into helium, ordinary helium, helium-4, and a neutron, both of which carry enormous amounts of kinetic energy, and that's the energy that we extract from the binding energy of the nucleus. Of course, deuterium is found in seawater. This is enough to power the planet for 60 billion years, and so there's plenty of deuterium. But tritium does not exist in nature. Its half-life is about 12.4 years. And so tritium has to be bred, and it's bred almost entirely from lithium-6, which is 7.6% of naturally occurring lithium. And it produces, if you bombard lithium-6 with that neutron, it produces helium and tritium at that time. Now, there's in order to make the deuterium-tritium reaction happen, you've got to have a plasma at about 200 million degrees. And often people say, you know, how can you do that? That's kind of putting the sun in the bottle. We've actually done that, right? The first time that was done seriously was here at Princeton in 1994. We're working our way towards doing that in more controlled and more sustained way. When you do the fusion reaction, what you would like to do is you'd like to exploit that helium that's coming out at 3.5 MeV and use it to heat your plasma. That would be what we call ignition in the process. And that's only been done in one place, and that's at the National Ignition Facility in laser fusion at this point. But it's something we'd like to do in magnetic fusion in the near future. Lithium is essentially the fuel that we all are we're going to need for this. Lithium-6. We imagine you do this reaction with lithium-6 in the blanket surrounding your plasma. That blanket is at about 600 degrees centigrade, and you'll extract heat from it, and that's the way you'll power your fusion, your electricity from your fusion reaction. There's enough lithium on land, taking about 50 million tons of lithium reserves in the world, a lot of which is in Chile, to power the world for about 10,000 years. If we can extract lithium from seawater, we could power the world for about 30 million years with this reaction. So that's why people are so interested in fusion, because it really is, on a long, long time scale, a sustainable reaction. Presumably, after maybe 1,000 years, we'll figure out the more complicated fusion reactions like the one between deuterium and deuterium. This reactivity as a nice handy-dandy formula for a typical fusion power in megawatts per meter cubed. Typically, we're talking about, you know, a confinement of the plasma so that we're going to produce sort of gigawatt scale fusion reactors. The world records, this is from magnetic fusion. These are the world record results from magnetic fusion. First, there's the green line that was here in Princeton in 1994. And it was 1 second of about 10 million watts of fusion power coming out. And then that was overtaken by JET in 1997, which JET was the Joint European Torus in, just south of Oxford in the United Kingdom, a lab I used to run. And the Joint European Torus did 16 million watts, but you'll see that the end of that shot was very precipitous fall in the fusion. This is this line here, precipitous fall in the fusion. The actual one at that time that really demonstrate we could sustain, hold the plasma at about 230 million degrees was this line at about 4.5 megawatts of fusion power in 1997. Just in December of 2023, JET returned in the 2020s to tritium operation. This is something that I planned right back in 2009, was returned to tritium operation, and the JET team very marvelously managed to sustain over 12 megawatts of fusion power for about 5 seconds. This is very significant in the sense that it says, yes, we can make fusion reactions on Earth, we can hold them, we can sustain them, we can create the conditions for fusion. But none of these were actually what we would call self-heated, ignited plasmas. The self-heating due to the fusion reaction was a negligible part of the heating in these cases. Because the self-heating comes from the helium, from the alpha particle, it's 1/5 of the fusion power. None of these got beyond what we call Q equals 1, which is heating power equals fusion power. we need to get to about Q equals 10 before we see significant heating of the system. But the National Ignition Facility in the 2020s, this is the laser fusion at Lawrence Livermore National Lab, has actually managed to ignite little pellets of deuterium tritium and get significant amount more energy out than they put in the laser pulse. Now, it's true that the laser is only 0.5% efficient, so they were putting in about 2 megajoules in the laser pulse. That took about 500 megajoules of electricity to make 2 megajoules of laser light. But they were getting out 3, 4, 5, and now 8.6 megajoules of fusion energy out of one of those pulses. This is the 8th pulse on the end here, right here. This is absolutely remarkable. It took a lot of experiments and a lot of incredible skill by the NIF team. But it does again say we can do fusion. We're not here just to do fusion. We're here actually to do commercial fusion. And this is where I would put some caution into the system. The sort of main line to fusion that everybody is counting on is a line from this tokamak fusion test reactor that we had here in Princeton in 1994 through the ITER International Tokamak to maybe the European demo or the Chinese fusion engineering test reactor in the 2030s, 2040s. And I think that the US position on this is that this is actually, this will get to fusion, but we've got a lot to do to actually get to commercial fusion on this time scale. And so what we're focused on at Princeton is to try and innovate. Now, if you look at all these experiments, they roughly follow that in order to get to fusion, you've got to make this product of the magnetic field, here's the magnetic field B, to the 4th power, times the size, this is the radius of your donut, cubed, has to be bigger than a certain number. And that number roughly is the size of eta, right? But what we've learned is these plasmas are bubbling away with turbulence. And there's another factor, which is how much you can suppress that turbulence. And if we can make that turbulence really suppressed, we can bring down the cost and scale of fusion by an enormous factor. This is the size of eta, 6.2 meters, and B is 5.3 Teslas. Commonwealth Fusion, which is one of the big startups, raised close to $4 billion, right, is proposing a machine with a much stronger magnetic field, 12.5 Tesla, so therefore much smaller, but similar here. Now, Princeton, we think that this is all a good thing, but what we're really working on is to make this factor H bigger, right? It's a fudge factor. It's a factor that says how much turbulence suppression do we get? And the current machine we're really working on seems to have a much better value of this factor. This is the spherical tokamak, right? Its H factor is between 1.5 and 2. In the experiments that we did around 2010 to 2012, we're now building a newer version of it. We'll start next year. But there are at least four companies betting on using this as the first commercial fusion plant. And the United Kingdom has a government-sponsored design called the STEP program in order to deliver on this. We're talking about producing much smaller machines with much reduced power, etc., so that we can make smaller, cheaper, faster fusion. Because otherwise, I fear that we will not get to market. The advertised cost of the EU demo, well, it doesn't have an advertised cost, but it's going to be probably about 50 billion, and that is too much. The utilities will not survive that. So we have this plan that we could produce a smaller, cheaper, faster thing, but is it true? That's actually what we've got to prove at Princeton in the next few years. We must be able to show that the performance of the machine that we're just going to be putting online about 8 months from now, right, will actually deliver this. This is a picture of the top of the machine. We're waiting for the central coil to come from Spain. And when that comes, we'll reassemble the machine and we'll start running a 5-year program to get ready for the pilot plant. We have to validate this idea that we'll get to fusion conditions in a much smaller plant. If that's true, then there are these 4 programs around the world that want to put together a pilot plant in the second half of the 2030s. That will have to start to build about 2030. And get to a commercial reactor probably in the 2040s. That is the sort of plan that the U.S. government has been funding this lab for over the past 6-7 years. But there's a revolution happening in fusion, and this is where physics might change everything as we go forward. We've got predictive silence that we never had before. I've been in the field for 40 years, and 40 years ago, the way we predicted the turbulence was simply to fit the experiment to what we called a scaling law. And now we can actually calculate the turbulence inside the device. On the left-hand side, you can see, here, for instance, is a simulation of what we call a disruption in a device. These calculations are state-of-the-art high-performance computing linked to AI to predict future fusion devices. And that, if you look on the left-hand side, you can see this is the simulation of one of the best performing configurations. It's a new configuration where we've changed the triangularity of the plasma out at General Atomics. And we're finding it gives us turbulence suppression. Now we're calculating that turbulence suppression. This is the revolution in fusion science. It's happening before our eyes. And when the Secretary of Energy came, and the new Undersecretary came to visit us, present basically a plan to optimize fusion in computations. This is something we're doing with private companies. There's a private company called Theor Energy here and a private company called Type 1 Energy. Between the two of them, they have about $200 million to spend. And a lot of our really smartest and most ambitious early career people are piling on to help us optimize fusion inside the computer. There are about 10 billion configurations, we figure, that we could look at. And we've got to optimize it in the end for the cost of fusion. And so that's the plan that we're pushing forward. And the United States government is putting out a lot of money for these AI-driven AI for science proposals that we're putting out at the moment. So this is something we've got to do. I should mention, and I've not mentioned much about this, that there's a whole side to fusion that the US hasn't spent much time doing. The Europeans have spent a fair bit of time on it, but the US hasn't spent much time, and that's the nuclear side. When that neutron comes out and goes into the wall, it has to breed from lithium, it has to breed tritium. And that breeding process produces all kinds of nuclear science, radiation, breeding, heat transfer, all those kind of things. And the US is beginning to return to this. I have a picture here of a breeder proposal on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side is the European in Granada accelerator that's going to measure the properties of materials bombarded by those neutrons. There's an awful lot of science here too. It's not just plasma science that we have to do. And this nuclear science is, in some sense, been left to the end. And it could be a big part of whether we can actually make commercial fusion as opposed to just making fusion. So the reason why I was delighted to be asked to speak to you is because fusion is not just for the United States. It's for the whole world. And to bring in the Global South to join us in this quest is something that I would like to be part of, and I think our lab would like to be part of. There's a lot of optimism, but there needs to be a lot of innovation before we deliver first fusion power plants. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm sorry about all the technical issues that we've had.
Thank you very much, Dr. Conley, for that presentation on the advances of fusion research in the US. So now, to conclude this session, I will introduce to you Dr. Leopoldo Soto, coordinator of the Nuclear Fusion Units at the Latin American Center of Physics, CLAF, and director of the Research Center on the Intersection of Plasma Physics, Matter, and Complexity, B2MC from C10. He will present the CLAF Nuclear Fusion Unit, a pathway for Latin America in fusion research. Please, Dr. Soto.
Thank you. Come in.
Good morning. I will move fast with this presentation. I will move fast with my presentation. The Latin American Center for Physics was created in at the beginning of 1961, and the objective is promote the collaboration and the effort to develop physics in Latin America. It's an intergovernmental association. And you know that the deuterium and tritium is the fuel of the nuclear fusion. And in Latin America, we have lithium in Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile, and is known as the lithium triangle. The deuterium are obtained from water and tritium from lithium. Last year, the International Atomic Energy Agency, with the Chilean Nuclear Energy Commission, signed an agreement for lithium. And in the scope of the cooperation include technical collaboration in research of lithium application in nuclear energy and transfer of technical assistance, equipment, and nuclear technology to strengthen the Chilean capability in the sustainable mining industry, and exchange and dissemination of unclassified information, including publication and best practice to promote regional cooperation. In addition, copper and rare earth elements are important in the fusion in the fusion research and in the pathway to the fusion. These are some background. This is from the International Atomic Energy Agency Fusion Energy Conference in 2023. In that conference were presented more than 1,000 participants and nearly 800 contributions, and only nine contributions from Latin America. Why we have only 9 contributions for Latin American? If I am sure that we have more research and more possibility to show our research. Four contributions from Brazil, 2 from Mexico, 1 from Argentina, 1 from Costa Rica, and 1 for Chile. In that conference, the topics included they are shown advances in magnetic fusion experiment and in inertial fusion experiment and other configuration. Another highlight was the advances of private initiatives were highlighted. And another topic was energy justice and equity and the public engagement. Other background information from 2023 was China declared nuclear fusion power generation as a priority. And in that year, more than 40 private nuclear fusion initiatives and were a contract between Elion and Microsoft to supply 50 megawatts of electric power starting in 2028. So, in this frame, the next inevitable step for Latin American is develop a Latin American nuclear fusion research program or establish a Latin American nuclear fusion network and the South-South and South-North collaboration. That is the inevitable step for Latin America. The Latin American Center of Physics board meeting in November 30 that year, it was agreed to entrust to myself with the creation of the CLAF nuclear fusion unit. We start with some online meeting in May of 2024. In that meeting, participate researchers working in Latin America and Latin American researchers working in the rest of the world in nuclear fusion. And the Latin American Nuclear Fusion Network was established at that moment, but rapidly we transformed that in the Latin American Nuclear Fusion Unit of CLAF. The expectation and condition for this is collaboratively deepen the currently active nuclear fusion research areas in Latin America, make a significant contribution in the field, and achieve this with relatively little money. Fusion is more than plasma physics. We define some problem in different areas to work coordinatively with existing facilities in the region. For example, fundamental plasma physics and nuclear fusion, non-equilibrium plasma and non-canonical distribution, instability in host plasma, transport, magnetic recognition, diagnostic and characterization of fusion plasma, advanced material for the first wall of reactor, superconductor, pulse power technologies, lithium and nuclear fusion, and tritium generation from lithium. And explore the possibility of establishing a Latin American facility for nuclear fusion research. around an existing facility or a new experimental concept. In November of 24, in October of 24, the nuclear fusion unit, the Latin American Center for Physics, was created. That was a hybrid meeting in the headquarters of CLAF, and 23 fusion researchers for Latin American participated in the meeting. The participating countries were Argentina, Brazil, Bolivia, Chile, Costa Rica, Honduras, Mexico, and Uruguay. Also USA and the International Energy Agency. We define objectives for the unit, and now we are here. And you can see in the next nine presentation, including Argentina, Brazil, Costa Rica, Mexico, and Chile. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Soto, for your presentation and from the information and about the work of CLAP. And thank you to all of our excellent speakers for providing such a comprehensive global overview of the fusion status. So we will now take a short break. So we invite you to right here outside of the room for some coffee, and we'll meet back here in 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the coffee. So we are now ready to proceed with our second session, which will focus on remarkable progress within Latin America. So our second session is called Latin America Advances. And this session will highlight the significant contributions from Argentina and Brazil. So let me now introduce our first speaker, which is Dr. Hugo Ferrari from the Nuclear Fusion and Plasma Physics Division at the Bariloche Atomic Center, CONEA. Dr. Ferrari will be discussing nuclear fusion modeling and computational capabilities at CONEA and human resources development at the Balseiro Institute.
Hello, first of all, thank you to the organizing committee for inviting me. I will show you some slides about the nuclear fusion modeling and computational capabilities at CENEA CAP and human resource training at the Balseiro Institute Argentina. I come from Bariloche, which is in the south of Argentina. Maybe some of you are know the city. It's a touristic city. What we do in Bariloche? Bariloche is a research center. There are something like 300 researchers, mainly in nuclear fission and other subjects of physics. And we also host the Instituto Balseiro, which is you can study there nuclear engineering and physics. And we receive something like 45 students per year, which are selected and flow scholarship. Normally, 15 students go to physics, 15 students to nuclear engineering, and the rest to nuclear at mechanical engineering and in the Central Atomic Bariloche, there is a small group which is called. There is another activities in the CENEA. There are groups that not work in nuclear fusion but are related, show some interest in nuclear fusion. We develop a nuclear fusion plan for CENEA, which involves something like 30 researchers. We detect and work in atomic and surface physics, plasma wave interaction, structural materials, shielding calculation for fusion. A lot of these activities are related to nuclear fission. So I think it's interesting that nuclear engineering can work in nuclear fusion also. And I work at the Nuclear Fusion and Plasma Physics Division at CAP, which is a small group. We have 3 researchers. And we also teach at Instituto Balseiro, which is degrees in physics, nuclear engineering, master, and PhD program. We will be host of the Nuclear Fusion Summer School in Biology next year, and we will hope that some of you can assist. As a nuclear fusion division, we work in compact toroids in the past, current sustainment, neutral beam injection, illicit injection, laser plasma, a lot of subjects related to nuclear fusion. And in the last years, we work with tokamaks. Yes, of course. And last year, we worked with tokamaks in the modeling of some problems. For example, we made calculations to change the configuration of the documents. Here, the idea here is we see here we defined the fast process flux surfaces. Change the here metal and surface at the coils. Injection and magnetic relaxation. So here the idea is to use this as injection to sustain the cure. Finally, for myself, I work in energetic solver. I think the main advantage of this code is that running GPUs, a lot of particles with limited resources. And this code is communities for students. For example, now we have a version of the code. Numerical or reconstructed equilibrium field for an experiment, for example, for fit solutions. This allows us to interact with experimental people from other. We don't have a tokamak in Argentina, but we have a lot of collaboration with people from other laboratories. Populations, we start the Rainbow field, etc. Here is one example of how this code works. This was a job done in the Tokamak East in China. Normally, we see the configuration of the tokamaks, the dynamic temperature, pressure, the densities. And here you can see the wall of the tokamak. The idea here is to study how an NTM affects the particles in the tokamak. So we set the code. What we do here is rotate. This one is the island produced by the NTM. This one at the initial position of the ions. What we do is study what happens when this island rotates. And what happens is that the losses of the particles increases. You can see here at the ion losses as a function of the frequency of the NTM. And in the cyan bars are the precession frequency of these trapped particles. The trapped particle rotates around the torus. And you can see that when the frequency of the mode is close to the precession frequency, there is a resonance in the losses. This is our result. Well, what is happening now is when you have a, if the NTM is rotating, the plasma is rotating, so an electric field is present in the plasma. So we add the, oh, it doesn't go too small. If the plasma is rotating, the electric field, it appears a radial electric field in the tokamak. So we add the electric field and run again the simulations. And what we see is the orbits, which normally the trapped orbit is like a banana, it's called banana orbits, are affected by the NTM and for the electric, affected by the radio electric field. And what happens is that the losses are changing in the resonance change the value of the frequencies. That is because the electric field changes the precession frequencies of the ions. And now we are still, here is the case for the ripple effects. What we do is we receive the configuration of the coils of a real tokamak, and we calculate the ripple effect. The ripple effect is normally when we think in a tokamak, the tokamak is axisymmetric, but the coils that produce the toroidal field are affinity. In this case, are 18. So they produce a perturbation in this toroidal field, and this perturbation is called ripple. And we develop a code to calculate this magnetic field. And here is the magnetic field. The ripple, in fact, is the magnetic field, and you can see that it is a symmetry. But if you displace these coils, a small displacement, aleatory, this nice figure transforming this. And this is very bad for the batteries. And here you can see the deposited power in the last closed flux surface. I don't know if you can see the scale here, but this is 0.1 megawatt per square meter. And when you disalign the coils, you can have a maximum of 1 megawatt per square meter. This could be very dangerous for a tokamak, and it should be studied before start running the tokamak. This is kind to define the tolerance of displacement of the coils. And conclusions, we had experience in numerical modeling. We do analytical and numerical calculation of MHD, energetic particles, impurities in tokamaks and compact toroids. We also study heating and current methods in FRC and spheromax. We, in the past, study other applications as laser plasma acceleration, laser isotope separation, propulsion, hybrid reactors. We have a lot of interaction with experimental groups, and we are strong focus in human resource training as students. So thank you, gracias.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Ferrari, for sharing with us all that very interesting experience. Now, also from Argentina, let me introduce you Dr. Horacio Conti from the National Commission of Atomic Energy, CONEA, who will present on electrochemical method of lithium-6 enrichment for tritium breather materials. Please, Dr. Conti.
This one, yes. Thank you. Okay, first of all, I want to thank the organizer, Paul De Soto, and the other organizers of this meeting for inviting me, and also to CLAF for financial support. Well, previous speaker have said that
fusion is not only plasma physics, and my talk is an example of this because I'm going to speak about the separation of lithium-6 using electrochemical methods. Another physics, and a physical chemist. Uh, um, uh, I want to told you that my institution, the Atomic Energy Commission in Argentina, was created with the its creation was linked with fusion because it was created in May 1950 by Perón. And the mission of the Atomic Energy Commission at that time was to control the project WEMUL that was leadership by Dr. Ronald Richter, that was a Czech physics that worked in the Nazi Germany and came to Argentina in 1948 and start to he could convince President Perón to um, support a project on controlled nuclear fusion that started in 1947 in La Isla Huemul in Bariloche, where the atomic center is now located. In March 1951, Perón announced that Dr. Richter had achieved control nuclear fusion in the lab. But one a year later, in September 1952, please, sorry, the technical committee from CONEA concluded that it was fake news. The conditions were not, the temperature was not enough to sustain the thermonuclear reaction. So in spite of that, it is remarkable that this announcement triggered a lot of interest in the United States and Great Britain. And Dr. Cooley mentioned this morning that the initiation of the nuclear activities in Princeton was inspired by this announcement, and the project Matterhorn was due. It was a consequence of that. Well, was shown before. The fuel for nuclear fusion is deuterium, that is abundant in the nature, but tritium is not abundant. There is not natural tritium in the earth. The power nuclear reactor produces only 27 kilograms of tritium per year, so it's not enough to maintain a nuclear fusion reactor. So it should be generated, but neutron bombarded with of lithium-6. The blanket located on this part of the tokamak may be liquid, maybe liquid alloyed of lithium with lead, or maybe solid salt of lithium, like lithium silicate and lithium, sorry, they say the same, that is lithium titanate. Where is the lithium in the earth? Well, most of the lithium, almost all of the lithium is in the sea. Dr. Cullen mentioned this morning that there is enough lithium in the sea to maintain the fusion for millions of years. But the point is that the concentration of lithium in the sea is very low, so extraction is very difficult, and a lithium triangle in the north of Chile and Argentina and the south of Bolivia. Around 50% of the world lithium came from this area. And in this table, you can see the production, the main production. Wrong? Okay. Well, in this table, you can see the production of lithium in tons, and the reserves and resources of different countries in millions of tons. Chile and Argentina produce about 28% of the lithium carbonate grade. There is enough resource, but one should be take into account that in 2030, in 2030, the required lithium for electromobility will be around 1.4 millions of tons, and that represents about 50% of the current gold reserve per year. And this is going to increase exponentially after 1930, 2030. So the reserves in the lithium triangle could deplete in probably less than 2 decades. This is one important point. Take into account. Lithium has two stable isotopes, lithium-7, 92.5%, and lithium-6, 2.5%. They have different properties regarding the interaction with neutrons. Lithium-7 is transparent to neutrons, so it can be used as lithium hydroxide to maintain the pH, to control the chemistry of the primary system in power nuclear reactor, and is going to be used in higher amounts in the future molten salt reactor that use maybe 1 ton of lithium-7 fluoride with a very high degree of enrichment. On the other side, lithium-6 capture neutrons and produce tritium, helium, and a lot of energy also. Of course, is going to be the future fuel of the nuclear fusion, but also has a different application in the nuclear technology, like shielding, material for neutron sensors, and neutron tomography. You can see here the evolution of the price of the lithium carbonate that Chile and Argentina produce. And you can see that in spite of this golden year, where the price go up to more than $80 per kilogram, the price is now in the historical values that are close to $10 per kilogram. Okay. But if you look at what happened with lithium-6 is used in nuclear technology, this is a scintillator plate used in neutron tomography or neutron imaging. And this plate that is 20 per 20 centimeter costs $4,500 and contains only 1 gram of lithium-6 with an enrichment level of 95%. That means that 1 kilo of lithium, as can be seen in this graph, that show the increase in the number of publications about lithium separation, lithium isotope separation, and in the number also in the number of patents. You can see here that the electrochemical and chemical methods are the main method to separate lithium isotopes. Electrochemical were the first method to get the separation, and now in the last year, the chemical and electrochemical methods are the principal ones. The old and actually unique process to separate lithium isotopes is the called collect process, where the lithium hydroxide solution, aqueous solution, is in contact with the lithium amalgam, and there is an exchange of lithium-6 and lithium-7 between the aqueous solution and the mercury, and the lithium-6 concentrate in the mercury. And the main factor, the main parameter of the separation is the enrichment factor that represents the ratio of lithium-7, lithium-6 in the solution, divided by the ratio lithium-7, lithium-6 in the metal. If this factor is 1, that means that there is not separation, but it is higher than 1, it means that lithium-6 is enriched in the mercury. Actually, during the Cold War, the former Soviet Union and the United States separate lithium-6 for nuclear weapons using this process. And you can see here that in Oak Ridge, where the lithium separate process would take place during 8 years in years, spilled over to 900 tons of mercury to the waters that is still being remediated. And the cullet process is still used in Russia and China, that are the only suppliers of lithium-7 for application in nuclear technology. So it's important to develop a clean method to separate lithium, and our approach is to use electrochemical method. We are doing a separation using electrodeposition or electroinsertion of lithium coming from an anode where you have a lithium, metal lithium, or lithium inside an oxide. And by application of an electrical field, you can oxidize the lithium here and move after through solution and reach the metal where this deposit, or can insert into the, for instance, a mixed lithium oxide. This is essentially what happened in the lithium-ion battery when it is charged. The difference is that the battery is a closed system, and in our case, we need an open system to extract the lithium seeds that is deposit on the metal or into the oxide. There is another electrochemical method that I am not going to explain here, this electrodialysis or electromigration. In our case, in this tape is summarized previous result on the separation of lithium-6 using electrochemical methods. The group of Takao Oi in Japan, in Tokyo, has made during 2000 and 2015 a lot of studies using different metals, graphite, and mixed lithium oxides, and they obtain this separation enrichment coefficients that, except in the case of lithium cobalt oxide, are very, very low compared with the results for mercury. And there is not, that means there is not a clear tendency between the type of electrolyte you use or the type of the amount of charge you circulate in the cell. And you can see here that these solvents, the electrolytes, these lithium salts, are dissolved in organic solvent that are dangerous also for the environment. So our approach, our current approach, is summarized here. We want to complement experimental work with theoretical models for isotopic separation. We want to use cathode, which I have specific area in order to deposit or insert a big amount of lithium. And we also want to use aqueous electrolyte that are less expensive than the organic solvents, that are clean for the environment and are safer. Regarding the theoretical models, we have been working in the prediction of the separation factor using density functional theory. The group of Victoria Vildosola at CUNEA has been working on that. And essentially, what we calculate is the enrichment factor can be expressed as a ratio of the reduced partition function between the solution and the metal. And this reduced partition function is essentially related to the vibration, to the interaction of the lithium atom with the lithium ions and the atoms in the metallic or in the oxide red. So our conclusion is that the lithium isotopic fraction is higher when the absorbent lithium atoms on the metal or on the oxide are more weakly bonds each other. And what also we observe is that the enrichment factor depend also on the morphology of the deposition. For instance, in the case of gold or in the case of deposition on nickel, the pyramidal morphology or the has a bigger separation factor than other morphology. So what is the position of lithium in form of dendrites are more efficient for separation than all the other kinds of morphology. What is good for what is bad for batteries, where dendritic growth of lithium produce short circuit, in this case is an advantage. What we are using as cathodes are materials with very high specific area. For instance, we produce this kind of hard carbon that are materials that are composed by laminates of graphene, very small size, where the lithium atoms can be inserted. The specific area is huge, between 700 and 1,000 square meter per gram. You can see the porosity here. We have used carbons having porosity, size porous of the order of 5 nanometers, or bifunctional carbon with pores of 5 and 20 nanometers. And this is the type of cell where we perform these experiments. We also use porous nickel, produced by with the use of molecular templates or by co-deposition of nickel and copper and then the electrochemical dissolution of copper. This is the kind of cathodes that allow us to have a very high surface where the lithium can be deposited. And the aqueous electrolyte we are using are very concentrated solution of lithium in water. For instance, these salts, lithium triplet or lithium immediate, this amount of lithium salt can be dissolved in this small amount of water. The ratio between the number of water and number of lithium is in the range of 2 or 2.6. That means that there is not free water in this system, and because of that, you can use high voltage without the danger of water splitting, the composition of water. We have performed a lot of characterization of this water in salt electrolyte. We have measured the electrical conductivity, that of course is an important parameter for electrodeposition or electroinsertion. And we have also performed small angle neutron scattering to determine the nanostructure of the solution, where water is forming channels, nanochannels, that allow the lithium ions to move relatively fast in this very concentrated solution. Using this cathode, carbon, hard carbon, and in this case, zinc, we obtain promising factor separation of a lithium site using this water in salt electrolyte, and water in bisal mixture of zinc chloride with lithium chloride. Also in the group of Fabiana Gennari in Bariloche, the atoms cost effective and can be escalated for industrial production. In this picture, you can see the pebbles of the lithium titanate that have the density, the sphericity, and the fracture resistance and the stability, the thermal stability, and the stability to the high fluence of neutrons that are required for tritium breeder. So, in conclusion, I can't summarize my talk saying that there is an increasing interest in the separation of lithium isotopes by using a sustainable method that can contribute to build a lithium huge value-add industry. And also, we have performed single-stage laboratory scale experiments and high-octane electrochemical methods with environmental friendly materials. The theoretical studies can of course help to discover the best electrolyte and the best materials to do that. And the separation, the challenges are that the separation should be a scale that to produce lithium 6 with the amount, the degree of enrichment to build tritium breeders. And also we need to estimate the cost of this electrochemical method in order to compare with the collect process. Well, I want to thank the people, the group that have been working in this project. Most of them are undergraduate students and doctorants. And I also want to thank the institution that support this project, Agencia de Investigación Científica y Tecnológica, and other companies in Argentina, INVAP and CONOAR, that also support this project. Thank you. Gracias a ustedes por la atención.
Thank you very much, Dr. Corti. Now I will introduce our next speaker right here, Dr. Alejandro Clause from the Dense Plasma Laboratory, Arroyo Seco Institute of Physics, Buenos Aires Institute of Technology, Argentina. Dr. Claus will speak on research and development of plasma-focused technology in Argentina. So, please, doctor.
Okay, this is a different kind of approach to fusion that we are using here, and also in combination with this institution, the Chilean institution, from many years ago. This is called Z-pinches or pinches. The pinch effect was found from lighting. In the 1905, in the University of Sydney in Australia, they put a hollow lighting rod, and they found that when the lighting struck the road, the road collapsed completely. That was what they published, and they associated that with the force of the Lorentz force compressing around the current. Now, in the 1950s, the first Z-pinch, this is called a Z-pinch. So this is a sudden compression of a current, which is in plasma form. actually, that is why the lighting are very thin, because they are compressed by the Lorentz force. The first fusion Z pinch was done in the United States, and they called the perhapsatron. And that whimsically was because they said that perhaps they will, that was the reason, perhaps they will, it will get fusion. So it didn't. Then there was another one in the United Kingdoms that also didn't get any fusion reactions, but that started a lot of work in that area. Now in the 60s, these two guys, one in Russia, Filipov, and one in the United States, Matter, they came up with a different configuration, geometrical configuration, to get a Z pinch, which is called plasma focus. So basically, you see here this, you have an electric circuit. You charge capacitors here as a very high voltage, and this is basically that's a photo of this scheme. So there's a central rod, hollow usually made by copper, and it's surrounded by bars also made by coppers. This is the this makes the this is the anode, and these bars are the cathode. So when you discharge here, this is immersed in low pressure gas, and there is a breakdown, dielectric breakdown here, and you form around the anode, you form a current sheet of plasma. And the magnetic field is in here, so it pushes here. It's the same phenomena as the Frankenstein movies, when you have two rods and then there is a spark, and the spark goes up. It goes up because there is a magnetic field. So in the end, there is a run over the end of the anode, and the magnetic field compressive form a Z pinch there. So it's a floating Z pinch, and they found that the properties are better than the Z pinch to get fusion, and then actually they could get fusion in the 60s because of this. So there was a big movement in the 50s and the 70s, and then in Argentina in the 70s, 60s and 70s, there were three physicists from Italy called the surname was Graton, particularly Roberto Graton, which is dead now. He dedicated his life to study this the plasma focus. He started study there and formed a group there in the University of Buenos Aires. And then in the 80s, there was a institute. And then in the 1990s, 1997, in particular, the Atomic Energy Commission of Argentina, was called CENEA, to put that in Tandil. So the program was called Institutional Program from Dense Plasma, was hosted there in Tandil. And there I met for the first time a young physicist that came there, who was Leopoldo. And we met there, and we started to work together. Do you remember 98 in Tandil? So, and then, well, we had to work there and make all the things, and we start working. These are mainly the four outcomes from all these years. We could develop design codes to study and to calculate the functioning, the operation of the plasma focus. We designed and constructed several device facilities and make experimental testing, diagnostics, fundamental physics, and also applied physics with some spin-off applications. And we trained a lot of human resources there. So with Leopoldo Soto, we had to learn how to work with this strange kind of people, the researchers. You remember at that time we called it's like herding cats. They say that was the thing that we say. Okay, these are we had several other devices, but these are the 3 devices that are now in operation in Tandil, and we are working with that. This is Paco. Paco is 1.8 kilojoules. These are the capacitors. This is the discharge chamber, and this is the photograph of the inside of the plasma cannon, is what we call it. This is GN1. It was located in the University of Buenos Aires, then it's translated to Tandil. And this is MicroStar, which is in Tandil, which is transportable plasma focus. So the main design code that we made is a C-Shock. It was basically it's a hydrodynamic model. Is 2D finite elements is the way we solve the current sheet, and we calculate the position, velocity, mass, and internal energy point to point in time. The important thing compared with other models is that we don't use effective parameters, and it was validated against a lot of experiments made in Argentina and also made here in Chile. For example, this is a recent publication from 2023, I think. These are the experimental data measurements of the density as a function of the position of the current sheet, and this is in blue is the calculation of the code. So this experiment was made here in this place in the laboratory, in the PF50, I think, PF50 should. This is, for example, one also what the capabilities of the code. You can see how the code calculate you see there the forming the current sheet that is going out of the electrodes and forming the peaks there. So the color there corresponds to the calculation of the temperature too. So it's a nice code. We use it, and it's open to anyone that wanted to have the code. Well, okay, we have developed some applications also in combination with the Chilean Atomic Nuclear Energy Commission. One of the applications is substance detection. So with plasma focus, you can produce neutrons very cheap. It's a very cheap form of producing neutrons. So one thing we demonstrated is this. This is the plasma focus. We put here a wall of bottles with different kind of water, like the wine bottles, with water and without water. And we put 2 detectors. And what happens is you get all the neutrons here, and there is a reflection scattering there, and the reflectors will get different ratio in the signal in one on the other, depending on the position of the waters. So it's like we call neutron illumination. So it's like if you have a lighting of neutrons, and you see, this is, for example, the measure neutrons in one of the detectors, and then the other of the detectors, and you see for different configurations of water, you get different. So you have to calibrate, of course. But it's a demonstration of that. Maybe Leopoldo will talk about later. They also developed some application for the detection of personal mines, for example. It's another application. This is the plasma focus get you neutrons, but also give you X-rays, a very short, narrow pulse of X-rays. So it is so short that you can make radiography ultra fast. This is the blades of a turbine, a little turbine, very high velocity turbine was 6,000 rounds per minute. So this is static, and this is rotating, and you see that here you can see, and you don't see any movement. So it can be used, for example, to study for example, to make non-destructive images and see if there is damage in the materials and so on. And this is, we could do also miniature industrial tomography. This is a coaxial connection, and we make different radiography from different angles, and you can reconstruct from computer science. The people in computer science department, and make this reconstruction too. So there are applications also in this cases. So what are the things that we learned and the challenges in these years? One thing that we learned, and we are very proud with Leopoldo that we found that years ago. We found that there is this is the way you can picture the design of a plasma focus. This is the length of the anode, and this is the pressure that you put in the system. If you put there the amount of neutrons, which is in color, and also this is for a very small plasma focus, you see that there is also a banana. We do have a banana there too. So there is a banana shape, and there is a point in the banana which is a maximum there. There is an optimum point there. This is the theory made by our model, and this is the measurements that they made here in the laboratory in Chile. And so we had a model, and we found that there is an invariant. It is a group invariant number that gives you this point, and it's associated with a number that was going around in the plasma photon community for many times. So it's called the driven parameter, and we found that this you can make it adimensional, non-dimensional, and that the key point is this number, which is this is the permeability of vacuum, this is the current in the pinch, this is the radius of the anode, and this is the pressure. So all these are just design variables. This should be around 10 to the 6, 1 million, and then you can get the optimum solution. So that is one thing that we learned, and we could design nice things with that. But also recently, these are measurements in Chile, and this is our calculations. And we could publish a model that we can, if you put here the radius, this is the position respect to the center of the pinch, divided by the radius of the anode. So, and what we found is that the width of this is kind of a Gaussian. The width of the Gaussian here is important, because when you reduce the width, you increase the amount of fusions. So maintaining, you could get this, and the other way is maintaining this, which is the optimum. If you decrease this width, you increase the amount of fusions. So that is interesting, because we found that you can change the width there, changing the geometry. And that was this important thing. We found that changing for example, the radius of the bars of the cathode and different position, we changed that. And we are pretty sure now, this is very recent, that if we could find some kind of different configuration, more aerodynamic than this one, because this is basically a shock, it's a pressure shock advancing at hyper velocity. This is around 100 times the velocity of the sound for that pressure. So if you could make that, we are sure, or not sure, but we are pretty sure or enthusiastic that we can improve the efficiency of the system if we do that. So that, well, there is a competitor, ZAP in Seattle. They publish this in the web. This is the thing. It's one of the companies that is trying fusion. So this is the anode, this is the cathode, and they make very high vacuum and make a puff of gas. So this is the puff of gas there, and then the current start to flow with the gas, and then you get a very long Z pinch at the end. It's a kind of plasma focus. And they claim that they got the plasma focus more stable in that way through shear flow. They put a current of shear flow there. There are some publications in the sense. So it is something that is this technology is in the air there. So what are the perspectives? And I'm finishing now. The idea is the following. We have a vision that the program is still on the way, this program, the interinstitutional program, I say, is that the pulse power pinches is a promising experimental fusion alternative. It's one of the experimental fusion alternatives going on, it's promising. Actually, if you have read the 40 or something adventures that are about fusion, there are some of them that are really more far away than us. So this is quite promising. We got new partners this year. One is the Buenos Aires Institute of Technology, which is a quite old private university in Buenos Aires, and related to engineering, and they decided to join the program and started to found some of the research, and they found energy in connection with that energy private sector partnerships that are wanted to join the adventure. The other thing interesting that there is a spin-off in this kind of devices, basically radiation applications, as I told you, and I think power technology is useful for many other things, and also this kind of technology can be used. So there are no fusion things, but related to fusion that can make a spin-off in the road. The hope is my hope at least, is to reignite the collaborations we had with Chile that were a little cold in the last day after the pandemic was. So maybe in the following years we can get something. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Klause, for that amazing presentation. Now let me introduce our last speaker from the morning, Dr. Gustavo Paganini Canal from Universidad de Sao Paulo, Brazil, who will provide an update on current status of nuclear fusion and plasma science activities in Brazil.
Hello, now it's working. All right, let me start saying thank you to the Chilean colleagues, Luis, Felipe, Leopoldo, especially for organizing this meeting during this season of the year, because the mountains are amazing. We see a lot of snow there. Especially for me, I'm Brazilian, so it's not so common to see snow. And let me thank the CLAF Unity for financing this conference. So I'll give here just some highlights because of the time, of course. There is no time to go deeper in details. I will start with some chart here that shows how we structured the nuclear fusion area in Brazil. But today, of course, we won't have time to go through all of them. I'm going to highlight only a few of them. So basically the upgrade of our machines, the TCABR and the Nova UFIS, just a few slides, 2 slides only for Nova UFIS because of the time. But I'm going to explain how we structured the nuclear fusion program, the fusion network, the national network, and our future laboratory. I'll give some updates on that. So some of you already know that we submitted a national program to our Ministry of Science and Technology, and we defined it in this document short, medium, and long-term guidelines, specifically very objective on what we want. And we structured all these actions in 3 main pillars. The very first one is there's no way to contribute significantly to fusion if we don't have a big lab, a national scale lab. So the first pillar is we need to construct a national scale laboratory. And we are going to concentrate. That's a big issue because in Brazil in the past, every group was working in a different direction, providing a net zero force. So Brazil didn't advance at the end of a few decades. And now we plan to concentrate, let's say, concentrate the areas that are interesting for the program around this national laboratory. And this national laboratory will also coordinate the different groups in Brazil. So we go to the groups in Brazil and we discuss with them how can you contribute to this set of research that we need. So they accommodate now to the guidelines. The second pillar is the training of human resources. That's a big issue because Brazil lost perhaps 90% of the human resources in the last 2 to 3 decades. And the third pillar is, it's a very important one, is the progressive involvement of national private sector. So we are dealing with all these 3 pillars at the same time right now. This is the picture of the virtual maquette of the future Laboratório de Fusão Nuclear, LFN. The good news is that we started, beginning of this year, land preparation. So we started moving the earth around so that we can accommodate this new building that we plan to build. And another good news is that 29 July, so a few weeks ago only, of this year, we have the minister of our Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation, Minister Luciana Santos. She signed the creation of the National Fusion Network, which is very important because this is the mechanism that we are going to use to finance the different groups working in fusion in Brazil. And this provides a direct connection with the ministry so that we can get resources coming directly to the different labs. So the document is, I'm putting the links here for those who are interested to see. And this is the upgrade, this is the TCABR that is being upgraded. It's a relatively old machine, and we had a big discussion in the beginning before going for the upgrade. So why spend money and time to upgrade a machine that is small and does not contribute significantly to fusion anymore? So the main idea is, since we don't have human resources, we have to train. So we cannot go too far. We have to do the homework. So we are going to use the upgrade as a platform to train the new generation. That's the idea of the upgrade. For the upgrade, we plan to go from wall-limited plasmas to diverted plasmas. I'm going to show a few shapes that we plan to have in the future machine, our the size of the machine is very similar to the one presented by the Thailand colleagues. And we are going to increase toroidal field, plasma current, and electron central density. Since we don't plan to have additional heating, the temperatures are going to stay about the same, but we are going to increase the discharge duration from 120 milliseconds that we have right now up to 2 seconds. And this is going to be done with a Heliste injection. And the colleagues from Argentina are helping with this design. And now, how can we make a small machine to be attractive to colleagues abroad from US, from Europe, from Asia? So we decided to upgrade TCABR to attack a problem that's still open and can be examined in a small machine, which is the problem of the ELMs. We see that predictions for ITER are going to produce a gigawatt per meter square heat flux on the plasma-facing components. There is no way a material can survive that. So when there is no technology, physics must work, must be sorted through. And in 2006, Todd Evans proposed a set of coils that can suppress these instabilities. You can see here the envelope of the pulses of these instabilities. They go away when these 3 kiloamp coils are switched on. When they are switched off, you see that these ELMs, these bursts of energy, they come much stronger now because they were retained. The main issue is, and this is the opening that we see a small machine contributing. The codes don't work. We can't predict how these 3D fields affect the plasma. We run the experiment, we run the simulation, and we get sometimes a factor 3 difference. So there is no way we can understand what's going to happen in a future power plant if we have to use these coils to prevent ELMs. And that's the sweet spot that TCABR upgrade is sitting. So we designed a new set of RMP coils, which are the coils that perturb the plasma to suppress those instabilities. And we got help from colleagues from General Atomics, UCSD, and RPI. Here on the left, you can see the apolloidal set of coils. So we are going to have 3 coils on the low field side and another 3 coils in the high field side. And this polloidal set is repeated 18 times around the torus, leading to a total of 108 coils. Today, I think MAST is the machine that has the largest number of in-vessel coils. I think they have 12. We are going to have 108 coils so that we can validate the modules in the very extreme cases. This is an image how the machine is going to look like after the upgrade. We can see that all the coils will be hidden from the plasma behind carbon graphite tiles, protection tiles. And we are almost finished with the mechanical design of the coils. This is the mechanical design of the what we call the IM coil. We also have the I upper and I lower coils and the center post coils. And we got strong support from Alex Nagy, who is the chief engineer from the Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory, and Rajesh Mengi as well. Once we get all these coils installed in the machine, we will be able to produce, since we have 18 toroidally spaced coils, we can go up to n equal 9. So the toroidal harmonic can go up to n equal 9. And we will be able to rotate individual modes with frequencies up to 10 kilohertz. Here I set to 1 kilohertz because we are evaluating the induced currents in the vacuum vessel. Perhaps we won't be able to reach 10 kilohertz, but perhaps 5. And we can apply uh, most pure modes, or we can superpose modes, make them rotate in different directions at the same time toroidally, like you can see here, but also poloidally. We can rotate the fields purely poloidal, in the poloidal direction as well. And you can combine these two rotations, and you can make a perturbation to travel in a helix around the torus. So if you make a helix with a specific M and N, you can resonate with certain uh, region of the plasma, and you can inject momentum very localized in a rational surface. So you can study momentum transport in this new configuration. This is the main issue we are investigating. What is the maximum frequency we can rotate the fields? These are edgy induced currents in the coil casing, and you can see that even though we had cuts, vertical cuts here and here, and also one single cut from up to bottom, we still get some significant currents. The current finds itself a circuit around here, and it closes on itself. Of course, it's much lower amplitude. If we didn't have this, the current would go like this. With the cuts, the current circulates like in this path. But still, there is strong heat dissipation in these structures, and we are reaching the maximum thermal stresses. So we might have to go only up to 5 kilohertz. So those are the induced currents in the coil casing, but the vacuum vessel will also suffer from these induced currents. You can see here the center post coils. You can see here the IM coil, and the inclined one, the lower leg is here, the upper leg is here, the other inclined one, the upper leg is here, the lower leg is here. We started constructing the prototypes. We had to design the machines for the coil winding and the impregnation process. We had to develop the process for impregnating the wires with some resin. And since the coils are going to work inside the vacuum vessel, the materials had to be selected very carefully because you cannot have a high degassing level. The coils will operate with high voltage, so 2 to 4 kilovolts, high current up to 2 kiloamps, and they must withstand forces of the order of 6 kilonewtons, so 600 kilograms of force. This is like almost a little car weight in each coil. So this is exactly the scenario that we wanted. So there are lots of technical challenges that we can now have a platform to train this new generation with this advanced um, challenge. And you can see here, we had to find a way to degas the resin before we do impregnation. This is the hardware that we had to create for the impregnation. So you see two regions here. One is here, the other one is here. So we have the resin flowing in one direction from bottom up inside, then we reverse so that we can remove the bubbles from the system to avoid virtual degassing. This is an image of how the coils are being impregnated, and you can also see here the curvature of the vacuum vessel. So all the coils are going together with the curvature that is needed to suppress harmonics. We want to apply very, very pure modes. So we are doing as much as we can. This is an image of the testing. We have the prototypes here. So this is one prototype of the ILO IL coil. This is a 3D printed one, and we are testing if we can mount this in real life, of course. Sometimes you do everything in the computer, but when you go and try to mount, your hand doesn't fit in the place. So it's better to test everything. This is not the current, this is not the actual vacuum vessel. This is a replica, 1/6 replica of the vacuum vessel. These are only the low field side coils, and we also have the high field side coils. We are also developing a digital plasma control system with 16 power supplies. We have here 10 colloidal field coils, and we are going to have, and we already have 4 colloidal field coils, and we will add another 2 diverter coils here to better to improve the control on the shape of the plasma and the diverter configuration. And with this new set of coils, we will be able to create positive triangularity, wall-limited plasmas, but also the negative triangularity that Steve Colley was showing to study the effect of shape on turbulence. We are going to be with squareness as high as 1, which is quite hard in other machines because the vacuum, the first wall, shape of the first wall doesn't allow you to manipulate too much the shaping. So we are keeping our inner wall as wide as we can so that we can manipulate the shape. We are going to have single nulls, double nulls, and if you bring this up or X point and put it exactly at the top of the bottom one, you get the snowflake. And the snowflake only 2 or 3 machines in the world can do. And we are going to be the next one. And the machines that can do snowflakes don't have RMP coils. So we are going to be the one that can study this kind of effect. For example, when you apply RMP fields in single null configurations, you get the magnetic lobes. But when you apply in a snowflake, you activate the other manifolds. And there are lots of interesting phenomena happening here that can help us to validate our codes in these extreme scenarios. Just to mention the upgrade of the smaller tokamak that we have at the University of Espírito Santo. This is the Nova UFIS. It's a small tokamak that's being used for training undergrad students in diagnostics, mostly Langmuir probes and other electrostatic diagnostics. And it's being upgraded to test a localized helicity injection system that we are going to use to go from 100 milliseconds to 2 seconds of discharge. Basically, how it works, we have 2 plasma guns at the bottom that they shoot plasma like in a helix, like here. And then if the current is high enough, the filaments attract each other, and at some point they merge, they reconnect, and you get a ring. This ring is toroidal plasma. So you can populate this toroidal plasma with this mechanism. And then you can create a preheated plasma, and you can save the OH swing of the ohmic. So you can save the flux that you use to create the flat top current for the experiment. So I'll finish here. This is a list of what's going on the upgrade. So we are going to install 108 independently powered in-vessel RMP coils. We are going to cover everything with graphite. We have the, oh, I didn't mention, but the colleagues from Bariloche, Hugo is here, and Pablo, they are helping on the design of the system. They are doing the nonlinear modeling of this new system. Coming back to here, so development of a localized helicity injection. Also, we are going to need wall conditioning because of the amount of graphite that goes into the machine. The degassing will probably increase significantly. We are going to have baking up to 200 degrees. We have a digital plasma control system being designed. We are designing also the power supplies for the plasma control and the RMP coils, and lots of new diagnostics are going to be installed. And the bottom line here is that the upgrade of TCABR is being used as a platform to train this new generation of physicists and engineers in nuclear fusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gustavo Paganini Canal. We are going to have our first roundtable at the end of this afternoon, but since we still have some minutes before breaking for lunch, we can open the floor for maybe one question for any of the speakers from the morning, if there's any, one or maybe two, or everybody's too hungry.
Can you tell us a bit more about the diagnostics? Would you be able to do some Thomson scattering, for instance?
Yes. Hello? It's working. So we do have a Thomson scattering. We are going to increase it has a radio. Actually, I didn't show here because I deleted the slide to fit in the 20 minutes. But I have some slides with the Thomson profiles for temperature, density, but we only fire at once during the discharge. Now we are going to do it for several times, 20, 25 pulses. We are going to have a new soft X-ray tomography, IR and visible imaging, wall-mounted Langmuir probes, and ball pen probes, which are the probes developed in the Compass machine. We are going to have tile current shunts so that we can study the poloidal current that goes through the legs of the plasma during, let's say, a VDE, a vertical displacement event. We are going to have saddle coils to measure the plasma response, the magnetic field created by the plasma when you perturb it with external magnetic perturbations. We are going to have a new diagnostic that does not exist in other machine to measure the neutral density. So it's a very smart diagnostic that Professor Elder is working. So you fire a laser that matches the level for excitation of hydrogen, and then when you measure the H alpha light. When you fire, you see a decrease of the H alpha. So that's proportional to when you ionize the hydrogen locally, you lose the possibility to have a excitation and de-excitation. So you can measure the neutral concentration. That's to the best of my knowledge, nobody has measured the neutrals concentration in plasmas, in tokamaks. And we have other diagnostics as well.
And also regarding the length of the pulse, are you having a lower hybrid current drive or something like that?
We are not planning right now for additional heating. We are going to open a new position. There is a public call in the second semester now for the University of São Paulo, and hopefully this new professor will be in charge of a ECRH system. So we plan to buy a gyrotron.
So it will be by
for
ECRH.
electron heating. Yeah.
And also it means that you will have active control of the shape of the.
Yes. Yeah. We are basically doing almost equal, very, very similar to what TCV has. So all the digital control system that they designed for TCV, we are doing very similar.
Good. Thank you very much. I would also have a question for Alejandro Calauce. It looks like you have ended with the conclusion that neither Mather nor Filipov had the optimum configuration. You have something in the middle, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Actually, that was a conclusion that was in the air around us for a long time. I remember the late Jorge Pozo was designed, the Paco was that design, which is in the middle of both things. Yes.
Yes, actually, ours was about the same. Yeah.
Yeah, but the new idea is that I think that it should be something more aerodynamic. It's hand formed. Right. So nowadays that we have the 3D printers that in the old days we didn't have. I think we can make some progress in that direction.
Have you been aware of the new designs that Eric Lerner has, for instance?
No. I will see
yes,
that.
I'm not very familiar with it, but he has some new ideas on that.
Yeah. Well, the guys that have studied that were the Russians. The Russians, they had spherical anodes, for example, something like that. But the only data that I could find from them is that they told me when they came to Argentina in one delegation many years ago, in the 2000, I think, they told me, the only thing they told me was that they got 30% more neutrons with a spherical compared to the cylindrical of the same size.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we can have one last question. Is there one last question? This is the material. No? Okay, then we are going to break for lunch. So I have a couple of announcements to make. Those of you who paid for lunch, they will be giving you the tickets right here outside the entrance with Loreto. If there's anybody that wants to have lunch here, we can still have room for a couple of you, and you can also go and talk to Loreto. And before going to lunch, we're
3, 1, 2, 3. Por ahí, probando. La transmisión. Ahí. Para probar volumen. ¿Cómo está el volumen por ahí? 1, 2, 3. Hablando, hablando. Probando. 1, 2, 3. Probando, sí. La verdad estamos. Probando, 1, 2, 3. Probando, 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 probando. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Prueba final. Probando una vez más. Probando, probando, probando. Probando una vez más. Cambiando a salida de línea. Haciendo una prueba más. Probando nuevamente. Voy a probar una vez más. Probando sonido. Probando por interferencias, por ruidos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. ¿Se escucha todavía el ruido? Probando una vez más, probando. ¿Se escucha el ruido?
try to keep you awake. So we will resume right now with our third session, that is for Latin American Advanced. And in this session, we'll feature experts from Costa Rica, Mexico, and Chile. So we are going to start with our first speaker, Dr. Iván Vargas from Instituto Tecnológico de Costa Rica, who will discuss the status and perspective of nuclear fusion research in Costa Rica. Please, Dr. Vargas.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Leopoldo Soto for organizing this important event. I would also thanks to the Centro Latinoamericano de Física for supporting my participation in this event. And I would like to give my congratulations for all the members of the CLAF nuclear fusion unit. I consider that this is a very important event for us. Is a proof that we can join us and to promote the fusion research in Latin America. Well, I would like to share with you, first of all, talk about the current status of fusion research in Costa Rica. Then I will talk about the strategies to promote nuclear fusion research in my country. And then in only one slide, I would like to mention about the challenges for us. Finally, closing remarks. Our plasma lab has an area of 300 square meters. The cost was $500,000, and that's include 10 workstations and an industrial warehouse. There we have an sterolator and we have an spherical tokamak too. In the picture on the left side, you can see here our sterolator that is called Sterolator of Costa Rica 1, CR1, and it's right now it's operational. And on the right side, you can see our spherical tokamak. It's called Medusa CR. Right now it's recommissioning. And here you can see that we have a future. The goal is that the student can learn training about the nuclear fusion reactions there. Today, we are 4 physicists, plasma and nuclear experts, and around 40 undergraduate students. The sterolator of Costa Rica 1 is a small modular sterolator. It began operation in June 2016 and was the first sterolator in Costa Rica. And currently is the only one in Latin America. Sorry. Why a sterolator in Costa Rica? Well, first of all, to develop Costa Rican professionals with experience in fusion research, to cooperate with international research projects in the quest for fusion, and to promote Latin American participation in fusion research. And finally, to identify problems related to designs, construction, and operation of a small modular sterolator. You can see here the main parameters. For example, the typical plasma shot is 1.5 seconds. You can see here then plasma. The plasma radius is 40 millimeters. Aspect ratio is 6.2. What is our scientific program? Well, the major topics for the scientific programs are conversion of static bursting waves in a low magnetic field stereo, interplay between transport and atomic physics, MHD equilibrium characterization, and develop of diagnostic for this device. SCR1 has different peripheral system. We have a control system that with only one click, we can create the plasma in the device. And you can see here the magnetic flow surface. It's an accelerator. For that reason, in different toroidal position, the change of the plasma is different. In, for example, in this picture, you can see the last close magnetic surface of the plasma in pink, and in black are the coils of the accelerator. You can see there the complexibility of the coils in the case of accelerator. Magnetic coil experiment show us that the coil has a good position in the device. You can see here the shape of the electron beam is similar to this. Talking about diagnostic, well, right now we have different diagnostic like Langmuir probe, high-speed camera, and optical spectrometer. Additional, we are implementing bolometer, microwave interferometer, and 3 magnetic diagnostic. Let me talk about the spherical tokamak. This tokamak was from University of Wisconsin in Madison. You can see here the plasma shape, toroidal field coil, vertical field coil, and original, the vacuum vessel was made using glass. Right now, we redesign the vacuum vessel. The device will be inside the vacuum vessel. This is the side. And the scientific program are comparative studies of equilibrium and stability between natural divertor T and beam shape ST plasma, study of an ergodic magnetic limiter, wave heating and current drive and transport. One advantage of this device is that we can create the shape with low and triangularity and a novel beam shape ST equilibrium that it can be created using inboard poloidal field coils. Well, like I mentioned before, we have a future there. We are commissioning this device. You can see here the different parts of the equipment. We have negative voltage sources around 60 kilovolts. in the electrode. Talking about the computational capabilities, we have different codes installed locally, like Fiesta, full wave codes, PMIC, Nesco, onset, etc. We have an excellent cooperation with the National Laboratory for Advanced Computing. With the full wave code, we can simulate different microwave heating scenarios. And with Fiesta and PMIC code, we can simulate the I would like to mention in a short time some strategies to promote nuclear fusion research in Costa Rica. First was strengthen international cooperation with nuclear fusion research centers like PPPEL or IPFN in Portugal, Max Planck Institute for Plasma Physics in Germany, National Laboratory for Fusion in Spain, University of Stuttgart in Germany, and COMPAS and Golden Team in Czech Republic. The second strategy was in Costa Rica, most of the people know what plasma is. That is an important point. That was an advantage for us. The reason is that Franklin Chandias is a Costa Rican. He was a NASA astronaut. He was the third Latin America and the first Latin American immigrant NASA astronaut selected to go into the space. He's a veteran of 7 space shuttle missions, tying the record as 2021 for the most space flights. And he is plasma physicist. Third, training in fusion, stimulate the interest of university-level students for fusion research with the aim of consolidating the research group and make it grow. Every year, we offer 2 plasma and fusion courses, around 40, 50 students per semester. 4, a good strategy, in my opinion, was develop a small scale magnetic confinement device. Here you can see the different steps for manufacturing the vacuum vessel in our accelerator. This is the final result. You can see here the coils, the ports, etc. I am here. 5, disseminate achievements and strengthen projection through press. In my opinion, that is very important. Spanish, Scientific American, and this is the main newspaper event that we have the first plasma shot in the accelerator. In this event, participated 17 congressmen, for example, and government officials. And it's interesting because if you ask to ChatGPT what are the most prominent Costa Rican scientists in Costa Rica, in the 5 top position, there are 2 plasma physicists. 6, manage state fund allocated to public university for the acquisition of scientific equipment and infrastructure development. 7, maintain participation in the main international conference to generate networking. 8, strengthen the relationship and collaboration with the government. Costa Rica government declared the national interest plasma and fusion research, and my university too. This picture is with the president of Costa Rica. She is my daughter. And 9, the diversify research line in plasma beyond fusion as a strategy to demonstrate the potential of the field. Right now we have plasma medicine, plasma agriculture, plasma environment, industrial plasma, not only fusion. And promote the creation of a private company. 2 students of my group create a private company focused on development of plasma technology. 11, establish collaborative links with the IEA. Costa Rica is a member of the International Fusion Research Council. We have a chair there. Yes, that's it, most important. Of course, participate in the coordinated research activities that have the IEA. 12, organize conference and summer school in fusion. In January of 2014, we organized the Latin American Workshop on Plasma Physics in Costa Rica and the technical meeting on research using a small fusion device. You can see here our last fusion school in Costa Rica with the participation of professors from Europe, US, etc. Short, medium, and long-term challenges. Well, I think this slide tells you the reality right now. In the past, we received funding from the Costa Rican government and the IEA Coordinated Research Project, but right now we don't receive nothing. Closing remarks. Current state. I told you that our plasma laboratory has 2 magnetic confinement devices for fusion research. We have an accelerator, we have an spherical tokamak. Strategies. Create a well-respected image of research group and the country in the fusion field at both national and international levels. Have an accelerator and a spherical tokamak and a fuser, as well as new infrastructure, generate collaboration, networking, train human resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vargas. And now I will introduce our next speaker, Dr. Julio Herrera from Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, who will share the history and perspective of nuclear fusion research in Mexico.
Gracias a Leopoldo por haberme invitado y por el club. I'm sorry, switching to English. Thank you very much to Leopoldo for inviting me, and of course to CLAP for making my participation in presence possible. Well, what I will talk about is the highlights of what has been fusion research in Mexico, which is something that has had its ups and downs, and more recently, I would say, more downs than ups. As an outline, I will talk about the prehistory, history, the present state, and the future. Well, actually, there was some plasma physics research since the 1960s in Mexico. There was an engineer, Mario Vázquez Reina, who started working on a linear multipole. He had a lithium plasma back in those days, and all I could find was this picture about something that he presented at the 1966 IAEA conference on fusion. Unfortunately, he didn't really publish much about this. Later on, he went on to design a small tokamak. As you can see here, it had a major radius of 40 centimeters, a minor radius of 12 centimeters. And what's odd is that he wanted to avoid a ripple. So he had this weird idea of using a continuous solenoid. Unfortunately, again, there was nothing published about this, so that's why I call this prehistory. Now, just as Vázquez Reina was building this machine at the Instituto Politécnico Nacional, there was another group at, I'm sorry, large rate, a major radius of 23 centimeters and a minor radius of 6 colloidal coils. And there were several engineering papers they wrote about this. But unfortunately, they didn't really have the physics perspective. So it was very... once it had already been decommissioned, I worked with one of the people who had we extracted some of the significant results they actually got. Well, in principle, it was supposed to have a flat current 5 milliseconds. This was the best. We made a reconstruction of this. See more or less how the flux, the magnetic flux behaved, the Q at the actually found is that the problem with this machine was that the particle coils were too strong and they didn't actually have a good enough control so that the plasma column crashed against the inner board, which is more or less what we were able to find with this reconstruction. Since the results hadn't been very good, the authorities of Benin decided to cut the funds for this project. What happened with the group was that they started to work on other kinds of applications, specifically thin film depositions in different plasma machines, including the remains of this tokamak. The last time that I talked with them, I mean with the authorities, they said, well, we're no longer interested in fusion. We're only going to work on applications where we can actually find some resources to fund projects by themselves. And fusion is much too expensive for us. So there was only one person working on theory nowadays at ININ, which is Cesar Gutierrez. On our side, at the University of Mexico, at the Instituto de Ciencias Nucleares, we developed a program on plasma focus. It's actually very much like that of Paco at Tandil. Actually, we collaborated a lot with Jorge Pouso and Malena Milanese. So a lot of this work was done along with them. And we got some nice results. This is one of the current down here we have hard X-rays and neutron pulses that we also measured the anisotropy for shots, and it was very regular. Normally we get something interesting that we were able to see also is imaging using the X-rays for several radiographies. Something we find here is the radiography of a tangerine with a hollow. Then we also tested what would happen if we could focus the electron impingement on the anode just as on the tip of the needle. And this is what we got with the needle. So, of course, it would look like we were cutting the tangerine, but no, it's actually the radiography of the tangerine, which is very significant because it's very soft. It's very soft tissue. Of course, something else was the radiography of seashells with very detail, with a lot of detail. And as Alejandro has already shown, it was also possible to get this kind of images. In this case, it's just a connector and a capacitor. Also, from 1994 up to 2000, 2001, we had a collaboration with a couple of Russians that visited us. They stayed for several years with us, and we did a lot of work on the radiation of the instabilities related to the radiation of impurities. But I should say that measuring the impact of the work that we did with them, it was very low. They essentially went back to Russia, and we stopped that collaboration. Also, I had the intention of building another tokamak with a better purpose than Novillo had. By this, I should also mention that we had the intention of recommissioning Novillo. We found that much of the components were damaged by then, but we got to the conclusion that the investment wasn't really worth the yield that we would expect. In other words, it would have been a good instrument for education, but the investment that had been necessary, that would have been necessary, wasn't really justifiable just for education. If we ask for investment, we need to show that we will also make some significant contribution. Said, well, let's try to design our own tokamak with the idea of being it not as expensive that it will not be funded, but ambitious enough that it can make a significant contribution. And this was just a preliminary design, mostly about the mechanical parts, in other words, the measurement of the strength, the deformations, and things like this. But we didn't go any further. So our present state is just on theoretical physics. However, at CICATA, that's an institution which is at about 200 kilometers north of Mexico City. They decided to bring back the vessel, the vacuum vessel of the old tokamak that Vasquez Reina had built at IPN. And they have tried to make a couple of proposals. One would be just recommissioning it as a usual tokamak, as a normal tokamak, and the other one would be a hybrid, something a bit like that would work like a tokamak, but we started like the tokamak, and then run as a stellarator. And well, this is something that has been tested elsewhere, of course. At the University of Auburn, they have a hybrid device like of this sort, and they have found that the disruptions can be significantly reduced when you have this accelerator component. So it makes some sense. I've seen that at the IPP in Germany, they are also working on these hybrid projects again. And one of the problems with accelerators is that they usually have very large aspect ratios. The idea with this is that you would have something that wouldn't be as large as with accelerators nowadays. This group has also been working on some other endeavors. One of the ideas of recommissioning this tokamak was to use coils that could be unmounted easily, which would be very important for maintenance problems. So one of the things that they studied was the connection that they would need in order to make this dismountable coils. They have also been working on the absorption of hydrogen in other tokamaks, mainly in Germany, in collaboration with the IPP at Garching. On the other hand, well, Cesar Gutierrez Tapia from ENIN, who is the only person remaining at ENIN, working on plasma physics, jointly with Julio Martinel, which is at my institute, have been collaborating with the TJ2 accelerator at CIEMAT in Madrid. And they have been able to obtain several interesting results regarding the electric fields by using some probes for diagnostics. This has been very fruitful. Unfortunately, they haven't continued this recently. Most of the work they have been doing was with Lopez Brune, with Daniel Lopez Brune at CIEMAT, but now Daniel has moved to Italy, and the collaboration was cut. Still, using the same kind of diagnostic at the T10 tokamak in Kurchatov, they have been obtaining new results, and although Julio hasn't been participating in this, Cesar has continued this work. Also, there's been collaboration with the Institute of Fusion Studies at the University of Texas at Austin. That's purely theoretical. There's no experiment involved in this, but it has been very fruitful. Actually, Stephanie Gansino, who I mentioned here, did her PhD working on this project, and she's still working on it. Furthermore, Julio, along with Diego del Castillo at the University of Texas at Austin, has also been working on the effects of magnetic islands in general. So this is an ongoing collaboration that has been very fruitful. But again, no experiments involved. As some ongoing research that I could mention is the optimization of stellarators. Now, there are several people working on this. Steve Coley mentioned this morning that there are billions of configurations being studied. This is just, I'm showing here just one of the billions of configurations studied. Again, one of the problems with the stellarators is that they tend to have very large aspect ratios. And what we're trying to do is to reduce the aspect ratio, in this case for a stellarator with a single period. Of course, we can work it for several periods. What we see here is a configuration that was actually inspired by a stellarator that Sam Pedersen designed at the University of Columbia several years ago, and which is, by the way, being recommissioned nowadays, which is a very simple stellarator with just 4 coils. So again, one of the problems of the stellarators is that they have a lot of complexity. The question is, how far can we simplify it? And one of the problems that we have here is that these stellarators tend to have bad confinement if you're not very careful in the design of the magnetic field lines. And the optimization essentially consists in finding such configurations in which the guiding center of the particles remain within a flux surface, a magnetic flux surface. One of the defects that this work has is that we're assuming the existence of the magnetic field surfaces. So there should be additional work in which we should study the effect of the perturbations to these magnetic field surfaces and how they can be broken. So that was a very swift view of the situation. And what would be the future? Well, it's very grim. But we can draw some conclusions out of this. First of all, one of the reasons why we haven't been able to grow is the lack of positions for the people. And it's a vicious circle because we haven't been able to establish a good project such as Brazil has, which can attract people to come to us. And the present situation is that there are more Mexicans working on fusion abroad than in Mexico. Also, in relation with this, I can mention that just a few months ago, we offered a tenure track position, which could have been occupied by someone working on fusion. However, we didn't receive a single appropriate candidacy. Also, something that we find is that, and that applies in general, is that when you have a project and you don't have the threshold of financial support needed to support this this thing, and you can't be produced at this. If you can't produce at the same rate as they do, you will be left behind. So having a threshold of investment for the project that you have, that you want to have, is essential. Then whatever the future of research in Mexico will be done at theoretical level. But as I mentioned in the case of the collaboration with the Russians, if we don't have some relationship with the major groups, the work will be ineffective in the sense that it won't have an impact. You may keep on producing, you can publish in good journals if you wish, but it will have no impact. I was just looking at the citations of the papers we produced with the Russians, and not a single one had more than 10 citations, whereas our friends in astrophysics have hundreds and thousands of citations. So we can't compete with that in that sense. So meanwhile, this doesn't mean that plasma physics in particular will die in Mexico. There are many other groups working on other fields that are not fusion, particularly in induced breakdown spectroscopy with lasers, which is something that can be applied to several things. There are also applications for materials treatment and for environmental sciences. And most of all, astrophysics. I mentioned that we had an open position, an open tenure track position, and it went to an astrophysics, to a person in astrophysics. And I see that the future in plasma physics will probably go that way, in the sense of those that will have the most impact. So I'm sorry for giving such a grim view of the situation, but that's the way it is. So thank you.
Very much, Dr. Herrera, for your presentation on perspective of nuclear fusion in Mexico. So we are now going to move to our next speaker, Dr. Felipe Veloso, from Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, who will present on high energy density physics with Z-pinch plasmas, facility, capability, and application to nuclear fusion at UC Chile.
Okay, which is certainly closely related to nuclear fusion as one of the applications of high energy density physics. I have to say also that in our group at UC Chile, we are 4 plasma physicists working in different areas. There is tokamak research, there is high energy density physics research, as well as applications to material science and applications to plasma agriculture in different topics. So we're a large group which has been growing, as the opposite that Julio mentioned in the previous talk. We have several students working with us. At least I counted roughly 20 to 30 students working with different professors. But the idea is to promote different areas of plasmas. And as this conference, this event, is related to the science, industry, and government, I try to do my best to make a presentation for all the audiences here. So it's basically a lot of everything. I have to say also about myself, I'm an associate professor at the university, but also I am academic director of a program called Ciencia 2030, which relates, its objective is to foster the connection between academia and the industrial sector, either public or private. So the idea is that our students does not only, from the science student, do not only think in academia, but also they can think in something else in the industry in anywhere, either public, private, national, or abroad. So, okay. So the set pinch is part of the high energy density physics area. You can have a lot of different situations when you have high energy density physics. For instance, there is a list there that relates the different manners that you can achieve high energy density. The basic idea is to have a lot of, the energy confined in a small dense material to achieve extreme conditions of pressure and temperature. So this high energy density scenarios can be found in, you will have, basically, you need to have hot matter at least 10 million degrees for the confinement time long enough and dense enough so you can have a lot of fusion reactions which can occur there. And in the world, there has been many different approaches. We have discussed here about the tokamaks, about the stellator, but I also would like to point out the other configurations. Like there is a tokamak, like some already discussed here, but also you can find the inertial confinement fusion and the maglev scenarios, which are different scenarios that can be only achieved in giant laboratories. I mean, national laboratories, mainly in the US and similar places. So some of our research can be applied to these scenarios. And what we do in our laboratory is to study the physics involved in those scenarios to be applicable to those other giant experiments. So to start with, what is a set pinch? So the set pinch is a generic name for a cylindrical configuration of plasma where you have a current flowing through the set axis. And this current produces its own magnetic field for confinement. So the idea is that you have the giant current, the magnetic field, and the plasma, instead of going out, it goes inwards, rather inwards, because of the Lorentz force. In this image, you have the Pepsi can, which has been compressed by the pinch effect, similar to the, I don't remember who, Alejandro, I think, pointed out. I didn't know about the lightning rod, so thank you for that. But also the IEEE sign is the current with a magnetic field around. So I'd like to think that the IEEE is basically pinch research. So the set pinch is kind of a simple, and I quote it, but efficient method to achieve high pressures, high densities in plasmas. The basic idea is to transform electrical energy into thermal energy, which is the one that will drive the fusion reactions. How do we do that? In the set pinch research, there is a close connection between how you can achieve these conditions with the physics you want to study. So in this case, we use pulse power, where pulse power is basically you store electrical energy somehow and you deliver it extremely fast to a load. And this load is the plasma. So in our laboratory, well, in general, pulse power uses voltages around the kilovolts to several hundred kilovolts, currents from the kiloampere to several tens of mega amps. I'm talking around the world. And the time scales are usually in the nanosecond to microsecond scale. So it's completely different to the tokamak and the stellator approaches where they study for seconds the discharges in the plasma. In this case, it's only a pulse, which is a very short time scale. So basically, all the energy you store, you release it extremely rapidly, and that's how you can achieve extreme conditions. Just like the cartoon I'm putting in there about the analogy using water and a guy who receives the water from a bucket. So in this scenario, I'm going to talk about the research we're doing in one of our experiments, which is the largest experiment that we have. It's not the only one, but it's the main one. Okay, we have several different approaches to study pulse power, but this is the main generator, which is called the Jamputken pulse power generator. Jamputken is a word in Mapudungun, which is the Chilean native language, which means butterfly. This generator is completely assembled, it was thought, assembled, constructed, and operated by people in Chile. And we are really proud to recognize, as far as we're aware, this is the largest university-based generator in the southern hemisphere. We can achieve roughly 500,000 of amperes in a time scale of around 1/3 of a microsecond. So the power, the electrical power that we achieve here is nearly 30 gigawatts per shot. And we are currently doing an upgrade to get the mega amp, which is expected to be at early 2026. So what does this generator do? This generator basically releases the amount of energy equivalent to raise a cow for 1.5 meters to a bird that dies in a time scale of a millionth of a blink. That's the idea, and that's how we can achieve extreme condition of pressure and densities similar to those occurring in the center of the stars or in different high energy density scenarios. How do we study that? So here's a picture, or it's not a picture, it's a schematic view of the vacuum chamber of our generator. You can see there a lot of diagnostics assembled all together. They all working simultaneously. It has been an effort for several years to achieve this condition of measuring simultaneously different, magnetic fields, particle densities, radiation emission, fast imaging. So we're basically doing all this kind of measurement of ultra-fast phenomena in our lab. I mention this because when you talk to someone which is outside from academia or even outside nuclear fusion or plasma physics, they don't really relate how difficult and how expensive this could be. So it's good to point out that the capability of measuring ultra-fast events in the laboratory, it's something that I personally think should be pointed out. In this regard, you can see a lot of diagnostic there, but I'm going to have a more detail in one of the diagnostic, which is the collective Thompson scattering, which is pointed out in the bottom of the slide. The more advanced diagnostic that we have, and from my perspective, is the most advanced diagnostic in plasma physics at all, is the Thompson scattering, the collective Thompson scattering. What is Thompson scattering for those of you who might not be familiar with? So Thompson scattering is basically you use intense laser light to produce a perturbation in the particles within the plasma. So if you do these perturbations within the plasma, the charged particles will be perturbated and therefore emit light near the light that produced the perturbation. It is something similar to the Doppler effect. So you will see a Doppler shifted light because of the excitation that the light made in the charged particles themselves. So this technique is called the gold standard technique for measuring plasma properties, either temperatures, velocities, densities, and also it is required to determine precisely the conditions of temperatures in any high energy density scenario. As far as we're aware, there are less than 10 universities in the world that have successfully implemented Thompson scattering in set pin discharges because of this difficulty. What are the drawbacks of these diagnostic techniques? Well, firstly, you require synchronization of the laser, the generator, the pulse power, and the detectors in a nanoseconds time scale. Also, the efficiency of the technique is extremely low. You will measure roughly 1/10 to the 12. I think it's one of the top ones. It's 1 joule in a 3 nanosecond time scale, which is the pumping for the Thompson scattering, and it is it is detected the Doppler shifted light with an spectrometer. That's the one shown in the picture. The combination of those equipment with the generator itself and with the plasma itself allow us to measure different things. So I'm moving forward now to how is it applied to nuclear fusion. Our applications are mostly related to these two configurations, the maglev configuration and the ICF configuration. In the maglev configuration, you will have a solid liner which implodes over a preheated plasma, a deuterium-tritium plasma, which achieves which combines magnetic confinement with inertial confinement fusion. And inertial confinement fusion, you will have a pellet which is irradiated by everywhere using either lasers or either X-rays to have a plasma which is a density like roughly 20 times the lead density. So among the several things that we can do with the set pinch, there are a lot of questions, such as can we improve the coupling from the generator to the set pinch plasma, or how does the energy distributed? Since there are a lot of topics, I cannot express them all here. So I'm going to choose only a couple of them, which is how does the energy distribute in the compressed plasma, or how can we measure plasma properties, which when the plasma is surrounded by a solid, like the beryllium, which is containing the pellet of the ICF confinement, or the maglev, the liner, around the preheated plasma. So in this, we have a collaboration with colleagues of the UC San Diego, where they basically study how can we prove plasmas using X-rays. Now you're seeing animations of extremely complete numerical simulation made by some of our collaborators, which proves that the plasma is extremely complicated in the inside, but you have to think that it also is combined with the beryllium around it, around each one of these configurations. So to prove it, you need to see something that can pass through the plasma, which is extremely dense, and also through these solids. So we operate copper X-pinch plasma as a backlighter source to produce a nanosecond timescale and a microsecond size X-ray source capable of measuring these techniques, these densities. The configuration is called the Tadwell-Dow configuration, which has been mostly developed by our colleagues at UC San Diego. And what it does, it basically produces, measure the plasma densities through refractive property techniques of the plasma. So what we did is that we were able to demonstrate that it is possible to probe a solid density object using an X-pinch plasma as a backlighter source. In this case, we were able to prove a beryllium foil, which is located inside the vacuum chamber as object similar to the beryllium, which is surrounding either the maglev or the pellet in ICF. These results were published long ago by some of our students with ourselves. Another one is the application to maglev. You may all know, or you may know, that maglev is being performed in the giant C generator located in the US. One of the things is the instabilities mixed the plasma and make the coupling energy efficiency from the generator to the plasma much more difficult. So we reproduce this kind of physics using a gas puff set pinch configuration, and we probe different parts of the plasma, of the imploding set pinch plasma, which is the one which is similar to the maglev configuration. And we determine that there is an energy distribution slightly different to those observed in most of the articles that you can read nowadays. If you read the articles, they mostly talk about how the kinetic energy transfer to the thermal energy in the gas puff configuration, but they usually assume that everything is radial. But we were able to measure using Thomson scattering that there is an important part of the energy which is being lost axially through different, axially in the confinement. And that's why the measurements with the simulations do not agree well, because they didn't consider this actual emission. There have been a lot of papers, some of the papers from our group to that are about that, and there's one under review nowadays. To finalize this, I want to also mention that our institution, our university has a decades-long tradition to study dense plasmas. As a matter of fact, myself, I'm a former student of the lab, as well as Leopoldo is a former student from the lab. So we are lucky to receive a well-equipped laboratory that we are now pushing forward to more advanced science. So we have successfully implemented a world-class laboratory, which we can compare to US or UK laboratories directly. And we're happy also that we have friends, which I have to call collaborators, but friends from all over the world that collaborate with us in these things. In the pictures, you will see the team I call the green team, which is the group of students from our lab that help us in the organization in the last Latin American workshop that we hosted this year in January, and also some pictures of the group itself in the secret Plasma Santa that we have last time. Certainly, it is crucial, the training of highly qualified human resources, and I think I'm not the only one who think that, because I've heard it before in some of the talks. So the training of highly qualified human resources is something important not only for fusion, but also for applications that can arise from the study of what we usually do. So now I'm going to show some of the things that came to my mind when I think, how can this research that I do be useful to, I don't know, industry in Chile or industry in the world? So, for instance, if I'm thinking on the imaging of ultra-fast event, certainly the explosives or the hyper rockets came to my mind immediately, but also the ability to measure properties of electrical discharge, to measure properties using applied optics for the day-to-day applications. Also, the capability of tailor-made instrumentation. We all the time assemble our own diagnostics, our own things. So that is something useful for the industry, not only for academia, but also for the industry. In this regard, I have to say that we participate in this. The nuclear fusion interest can be involved in either of these programs, the Magister en Física, the masters, or the PhD programs that we have, the Doctorado en Física, or a new program which is called Doctorado en Ingeniería y Ciencias con la Industria. What is the idea of these programs? The physics programs, the master and the PhD program in physics, I think all of us can understand that. But the program in industry is to relate directly what the capabilities of the university have that can be useful for the industry. In this regard, I have to say we have students working in our lab, a lot of them. Nowadays, I'm going to only mention the ones on the PhD programs. We have one student which is studying shock physics in extreme phenomena, how the shocks behave at these high energy density environments. Another which is starting to study how turbulences can extract energy from these high energy density configurations. But also in the science with industry program, we have one student which is working in material science application using plasmas for the mining sector in the Molimet company, a large molybdenum company here in Chile. And also another who is working in instrumentation for the mining industry. They are involved in the PhD program, they came out from our lab, and also they work together with the capabilities that we have in our lab. So having said that, I really appreciate you having me, and thank you very much.
Very much, Dr. Veloso, for your presentation. Next, we are going to move to our next speaker, who is also from Chile. So let me introduce you Dr. Alejandro Prada from Universidad Católica del Maule, who will speak about computational simulation of matter at extreme conditions.
please.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, thank you, the organization, for the invitation to present my work in this area, and especially the work of my group. First of all, a little comment. I'm from Spain, but I live here in Chile, I work here in Chile, and exactly in the Universidad Católica del Maule. First, okay. First, I would like to present the group that working with me in materials is especially big, and we are growing each day, each year, because we are trying to increase our people working in the materials area. First, we have the national park with the Universidad Católica del Maule, where I one of the members of the group. I am industrial engineer with the nuclear specialization. Also, Ivan Merino has the same formation, and then we have Felipe Valencia and Javier Rojas. They are physics with material specialists. In Sechen, also we work with Leopoldo Soto and Jalak Jain and other groups, but I mentioned these two people. In Universidad de Santiago de Chile, we have collaborations with Samuel Baltasar, Sebastián Allende, Universidad Mayor, Rafael González, Fabiola Pineda, Universidad de Chile, José Rogan, Mas Ramírez, Alejandro Varas. And we are also working with Spain, with the Institute of Nuclear Fusion, Guillermo Velarde, with Raquel González, Antonio Rivera, Ovidio Peña, and in Mendoza, Argentina, with Eduardo Bringa. They are our main collaborators, but there are a lot of people more that I cannot mention in this brief. I am not going to speak a lot about specific research, but I'm going to try to show a little brief of the state of the art of the simulation material for nuclear fusion. Okay, first the problem that we are focused. Everybody speaks about plasmas, about zeta beams, about tokamaks, but the problem that we work is I think one of the main ones, that's the material that affords of the energy produced during the fusion reactions, during the plasma work. Yes, that's our work. We observe different problems, different situations. We need a lot of temperature resistance, neutron flux so high, head flux that produce many damage. We can see some images of the analysis that they made when they receive this quantity of radiation, producing these bubbles, this swelling of the surface of the materials, this porosity after the explosion of these bubbles. Many of these problems are produced by radiation damage. But temperature is important, pressure is important, then we have to study materials under strain conditions. We can do it experimentally, as we see, but we need a faster and cheaper and cheapest method, and this is the simulation that we are offering now. We are working with, especially now, with ab initio, molecular dynamics, kinetic Monte Carlo. Also, we are growing with the continuum mechanics, finite element, but we need to include all the methods in a multi-scale process. And this is our future, and this is our work. I'm going to speak about the different methods, a little bit where are we working. In molecular dynamics is our dominant technique. I'm not trying to say other things because more of the 90% of the group works in molecular dynamics. Okay, so we are studying different materials in molecular dynamics. We observe these hollow corsal nanoparticles, observing the resistance to radiation. I'm going to see. No. No. Yeah. Okay. The resistant radiation. Also, we study high entropy alloys, a new material with more than 4 or 5 components that can resist radiations better than other materials. We observe that, yes, first we have a lot of that, we are collaborating with them. Also, we have other research. And here, the most important that I want to show, especially here, is that we are capable to show the same structures or the same formation that we can observe in the experimental. So we are working with a technique that is near to the real cases. We tested these models, we proved these models, we improved the simulation methods to be a good prediction method before to do an experiment that is really has a higher cost. Also, we have a using of TFT, especially to know how, in this case, how the hydrogen is deposited between the atoms of tungsten, but normally to test our potentials using in molecular dynamics. Also, we are working with kinetic Monte Carlo, especially with the Spain group. We analyze for example, how the vacancies and hydrogen clusters are formed inside nanotungsten or monocrystalline tungsten, that we can observe here in the work of Miguel Palizo, and other works that are more recently are working with how the is slightly disappear with the time, okay, and the temperature. Also, there are other models. We are not working especially with these models, but is the next stage when we want to go to the multi-scale. For example, the 5-field modeling, especially dedicated to study crystal structures and their displacement. In this case, we have studies of the microstructure, analyzing the helium accumulation in a tungsten structure. And here we have the study in the case of iron and ODAs structures. Okay. The final stage is normally finite element. We have here the calc-hat integration to know how the mix and the alloys are producing during this phenomenon. But the most important thing that I want to result here or highlight here is this instrument, the machine learning. I don't speak about machine learning before, but I can do this a little. Here, we have some techniques, especially to work with the potential that needs machine learning. It's the new instrument. Also, I think that everybody is talking about, everybody knows that we have to work with machine learning, with IA, sorry. And that's necessary to produce a good work with the multi-scale coupling. Also, we are normally studying these materials. Generally, we talk about tungsten to the first wall, plasma facing materials. There are new elements, tungsten alloys, to produce a better results using of nanoextractors that we see here in our experimental part, mixing with the study of kinetic Monte Carlo. But also we have the structural materials basis in steels with ODS, ramp. They are the traditional material. They are always talking about them, but they observe that have many problems. This is the end. This is the gray problem. We have no solution. No, we have new materials like high entropy alloys that are giving many good results. We need the industry to produce these materials. We need to grow in the knowledge of these materials to produce it and to use it in nuclear fusion. So, I say that my speak is a little sum up, a brief sum up of all. Material simulation is the fastest and cheapest way to develop the nuclear fusion reactor. Actually, IE is supporting technology directly linked with this work method, producing solutions in potentials and filling gaps in multi-scaling that we cannot do it before. I have this article, for example, working with Nicolás Amigo, where we can predict the tensile curve of different materials, the base for avoid repetition and focusing the actual research. So we have instruments in engineering that we have to begin to apply in this industry. I know that physics is important, but if we want to create something, if we want something that is commercial, we need the engineer part. Nuclear fusion reactors need the development of new engineers that apply the actual solution, that analyze their possibilities, and that produce the first commercial reactors. South America, Latin America doesn't need to produce big reactors. I use the work for fission, but we need this small modular reactor. We don't need the biggest reactor of 2 gigawatts, 500 megawatts, 300 megawatts. Is what is the objective that we have to mark to obtain a commercial reactor. EV reactors could be the first solution initially, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prada. So to conclude this third session, please welcome Dr. Leopoldo Soto, Director of Research Center on the Intersection of Plasma, Physics, Matter, and Complexity from the Chilean Nuclear Energy Commission, who will share insight into fusion research with miniaturized plasma-focused devices at SECHEN, physics, matters at extreme condition, and pulse power technology. Please, Dr. Soto.
Good afternoon. Chile, a population of 18 million, the PCC of the order of 600, and the professional statistics is 55, and 8 of them are here in Sichen. This is the order of magnitude of the bigger experiment in fusion in the world. ITER magnetic experiment, more than 30,000 million euro. Inertial fusion experiment in National Ignition Facility, more than 5,000 million USD. And in a set machine in Los Alamos, probably in the same order. So in the 90s, we think it is possible to do relevant experimental plasma physics and fusion research in a small country. And our approach was that they looked at the plasma energy density, because plasma energy density in a device of like set machine in USA correspond to megajoules in a volume of a few cubic centimeter. That is the same than 10 to 12 cubic meter, and that is the same that 1 joule in a sub-millimeter volume, and in the extreme case, 0.1 joule in a sphere of 60 micron of diameter. So we start with the program in plasma physics in small devices. We work in a kind of set pinch, the plasma charge, because technologically, from the point of view of technology, is in comparison more simple than other pulse power device to produce set pinch. The electrode configuration corresponds to a coaxial electrode, the anode at the center, and the cathode and anode is separated by a cylindrical insulator. When a pulse voltage is applied, the discharge stands on the insulator, and the current produced of the order of kiloamps, and the plasma is moved axially, and when arrived to the end, the plasma is compressed and produce a plasma column like a set pinch. In that moment, produce a dense plasma and or a hot plasma. After that, shock in the axial direction is produced, and finally, cold plasma is fired to the anode. That is the dynamic, and the device are kilojoules to megajoules and produce current of 3 kiloamps to megaamps. The time duration of the column pinch is of the order to 10 nanoseconds to 10 nanoseconds, and there are the scale for the neutron G with energy with current, and the density on all of the device is of the order of 10 to 25 particles per cubic meter. So our goal was in plasma focus devices under 1 kilojoule, and for that to find a scale laws. How to obtain information from the transient plasma? Develop several diagnostic, electrical signal, visible plasma image, X-ray detection with temporal and spatial resolution,
detection, in particular low yield pulses, sharp particles, optical reflectivity diagnostic, spectroscopy, visible ray, UHF, and recently Thomson scattering. From electrical signal, if possible, obtaining from electrical signal like voltage and current, is possible obtain information of the plasma, of the dynamic of the plasma, because the inductance depends on the geometrical parameter of the column, and it's possible obtain information about the dynamic from the electrical signals. Visible plasma image, we use an ICCD camera with a 4 nanosecond exposure time. And for example, you can see there the plasma dynamic, a picture before the pinch, a picture during the pinch, and after the pinch. This is our visible plasma image. You can see here a video, a composite video. Yeah. Plasma after the plasma shock is produced. That is in a device of only 50 joules. Under kilojoule PF devices at Chilena were designed and built in our lab. We have a device of 400 joules, 50 joules, PF2 joules, and an focus generator. And the nuclear reaction in Chile, the first nuclear fusion reaction observed in Chile was in 2003, and we published that and after in 2008 we demonstrate the neutron production in a device of only 50 joules. The limit in the world was in the order of kilojoules, the lower limit, but after that, always when something somebody say we obtain that, always appears some Russian that say no, we did that in that before, but we are absolutely sure that we was the first in the world that produced neutron from fusion reaction in a plasma focus of only tens of joules. And in that process, we found the scale rule. Our figure of merit was the energy density, keep the same energy density that in the bigger devices. So the length and the radius of the plasma column in a plasma focus is proportional to the anode radius. So the volume is proportional to the anode radius A, and we define the energy density parameter with the energy in the capacitor bank. And before us, Singh, Lee, and Servan introduced the drive parameter. And these are the scale rules that with that is possible design plasma focus. And we produce the smallest nuclear fusion device in the world. We design and develop plasma focus that work with only 0.1 joule, and we measure neutrons. You can see there the image in the plasma focus, and it's also with the same diagnostic with visible camera. This was produced with only 0.1 joule. The bigger device in the world is of over megajoule, and we move in 7
So we corroborate our measurement of neutrons in Bariloche. So we move down to Santiago, and we are in the border, in the frontier, with Chile and Argentina, and we was in the Centro Atómico Bariloche in Argentina, in the laboratory of Roberto Mayer. He is an expert in neutron detection. And we move our device because our device is very small. We move our device and our diagnostic, and we put our device in the laboratory of Dr. Mayer, and he detects the neutron with a helium-3 detector. His objective was corroborate that the neutrons are from the plasma focus, not from the background and so on. So after the several measure, we obtained that the measurement of the count measurement from neutrons in the nanofocus, that is the name nanofocus because nano is a magic word, and the measurement is over the background with a distance of over 20 sigma. So the emission, the neutron emission from the nanofocus was corroborated in the laboratory of Roberto Mayer. And we are there completely happy. The flag of Professor Mayer was very huge, yeah, like Argentina and 12 cents. And what we learned about this, from 1 megajoule to 0.1 joule, all of the plasma focus have a several parameters with the same value. For example, the radio velocity, the axial velocity, the the density, the energy density parameter, the drive parameter, the magnetic field at the pinch radius is of the order of 30 to 40 Tesla, similar Alphen speed in the pinch, and similar drive parameter, energy density parameter, and ion density it correspond to similar temperature. You can see there that the energy in the volume is constant in iron. We study the axial plasma shock after the pinch. We characterize the axial plasma shock and the velocity with the plasma shock after the pinch is moving is of the order of 10 to 5 to 10 to 6 meters per second, and it's possible to use that plasma shock to study material. The effects of that plasma shock impinging on a material is in the same order that expected in the first wall of ITER in National Ignition Facility. We developed a miniaturized plasma focus device to study materials, and a model for defect formation in material was developed by one of our researchers. After the plasma shock appears a plasma jet. Some people hope that the plasma jet in set pinch or in plasma focus could be used as a laboratory scale for astrophysical phenomena. We have an important collaboration with the group of Alejandro Klaus in Argentina, and for example, there we have with a model of the shape of the plasma sheet was possible with a simulation and a singularity, toroidal singularity that we observe in the small plasma focus. Also, we are adding the diagnostic spectroscopy and Bayesian interference to analyze data. In that case, for spectrometric data, and compared with a simulation developed by Alejandro Clause group. Filaments appears in the radial compression. Appears several filaments in the discharge, and there is a question if on the origin of the current filament of the filament, if current filament or vortex filament. And recently, Christian Pavés developed a research in our group with new evidence about the nature of the plasma filament in plasma focus. And also we have a strong program to characterize the product from the pinch plasma, to characterize the neutron energy distribution and temporal correlation with X-ray emission, a high energy photon in X-ray pulse, and its interpretation. We are working also in experimental evidence of more than one ions acceleration mechanism in plasma focus device, and the influence of the electrogeometry on X-ray emission, the plasma inductance, current derivative, and so on. We developed also led by Gonzalo Avaria, electromagnetic inductive sensor for electromagnetic bars, and using deep learning analysis, the relation with X-ray emission with signal from antennas. And that is interest. The presence of high energy neutron in neutron pulse emitted from kilojoule plasma focus device. It's possible that after the nuclear fission reaction, there are a few tritium because we observe a few neutron over than 10, 14 MeV. We are studying of the neutron energy spectrum under condition of low scattering. We use a multi-purpose room that is here in real, that is a gymnasium, yeah. And this is with the group of led by Francisco Molino here in Sechen, the group of spectroscopy neutrons, and in a collaboration with Ariel Tarifeño. He worked here, that work in the Institute of Física Corpuscular, Spain. Theoretical model for temperature for Thomson scattering was developed in collaboration with the University of Chile, Christian Pavés and Víctor Muñoz, and experiments are in collaboration between Sechen and University of Catholic. The plasma focus we study in collaboration with Argentina. The plasma focus has a neutron source for fusion fission reaction, and we study in completely ideal condition the accessibility of a hybrid subcritical fission system driven by a plasma focus fusion neutron. And we obtain the parameters that are necessary for a plasma focus to work as a seed for a fusion fission system. And the size of that device is of the order of 10 of kilojoules. Was with And in theoretical studies, we have the non-equilibrium plasma studies, derivation of plasma, and we have a lot of advice from a wide range of energy, from 2.1 joule. But the device SP2 was a donation from Germany, but the keep that device in operation is very difficult for us because our technical support is not enough for that kind of experiment. But we have experiment from 5 kilojoules in operation, 2 kilojoules, 400 joules, multi-purpose bank, 50 joules, 2 joules, and nanofox. Some words about nuclear fusion. In plasma focus, the neutron yield are from beam target mechanism and from thermonuclear mechanism, but the beam target production from the neutron is greater than the thermonuclear neutron. So to produce energy, it's necessary to have more neutron. The mechanism important is the thermonuclear mechanism for fusion. And Lee and Servan suggest that the thermonuclear neutron yield and beam target neutron yield depends on the velocity of the compression with that power, and if the velocity is increasing, the thermonuclear emission scale as the current with 2A, and the beam target increase only to current to 3. With this improved or enhanced yield dependence, the thermonuclear component of neutron yield rapidly outstrips the beam target component. Our question is, could we possibly tune the mechanism to move from beam target to thermonuclear, changing the parameter of the experiment? Material from fusion reactor, the material for the first wall in ITER is expected that in the divertor, the heat flux could damage the experiment in the first shot, and also in the case of inertial fusion confinement. And there is an empirical parameter. The name is damage factor that combine power flux, interaction time with the radiation with the wall, and with the interaction area. And if independent of the power flux and the time interaction, if the damage factor is the same, the effects on the material is the same. And Sergio David developed a model for detect formation in material exposed to radiation that can demonstrate that the experimental observation of that parameter is correct. And it's very interesting that the expected damage factor in ITER and if in experimental fusion inertial fusion experiment have that value, and with a device of 400 joules we reproduce the same value of the damage factor. So it's possible to study material in extreme condition of radiation as that expected in ITER and in inertial fusion experiment using a device of only 400 joules. But the damage is possible to demonstrate that the damage factor scale with the energy to 1/6 of the energy in the experiment. So for a device, for example, of a megajoule, the damage factor is F. For a device of 1 joule, the damage factor is 1/10F. So it's possibly moving the location of the target is possibly turning the damage factor. We developed a plasma focus so with only 2 joules. We modify a plasma focus of 2 joules to study the effects on materials. And with a device of this characteristic, we can accumulate 1,000 shots in 1 hour. 1,000 shots. Also, we are working in application to biology of pulsed radiation, the effects of X-ray pulses and X-ray and neutron pulses in live matter to study a possible in the idea to study the effects on cancer cells and also the effect on peripheral blood lymphocytes. We develop all our application from plasma focus. As a, for example, if possible, produce a detection from neutrons. For this, we use a conventional neutron source. But the idea is change the conventional neutron source for a plasma focus, portable plasma focus. There is no sound, but when the device sounds with an alarm, is why the device detects hydrogenated objects, and they are detect a bottle with water, and also we detect a landmine without trigger in collaboration with our army. We also use the application from the technology that we are and the physics from the plasma focus or plasma gun to develop a miniaturized plasma thruster for CubeSat nanosatellites. Nanosatellites is of the order of 1 liter, and we develop a device to characterize the impulse of the pulsed plasma thruster. This is a thesis magister of Camilo Vázquez. He finished it. And for some examples of electrical pulsed power, and a pulse voltage is transferred to the coil and produce current of the order of 10 kiloamps. And when it's transferred, the current is induced in the other sense is induced in the disk, and by Lorentz force the disk is moving. You can see there that, and that is equivalent to the is an analogy with the axial phase of a plasma focus, and with the same generator, if possibly produced in a coil. We put a gun inside of the coil, and when the voltage is discharged and produces a high current, pulse power generator. That is Camilo, not me. He's the student. And the can is compressed. That is analog to the by Lorentz floor. It's analog to the pinch, the compression in the pinch, and an application from electrical power. I am showing how the experience in the techniques to produce fusion plasmas is useful to other other science field or really for applications, industrial application. Also, electrical power application to mining. If a company, we developed this for Codelco, and this is the second stage of the experiment of the program, and we test in a concrete block of 1 meter cubic. You can see that broke the rock. So in plasma physics and nuclear fusion here in Chile Nuclear Energy Commission, we program research include plasma physics related with thermonuclear fusion in set-pinch and plasma focus, miniaturization of plasma focus device, other pre-configuration, wire rise, pinches, some several years ago capillary discharge, effects of pulse radiation on material for first-wall material for fission reactor, effects of pulse radiation on biological objects for cancer treatment, and we have also a line of low temperature plasma that is led by Project Bora with plasma torch, plasma needle, and theoretical studies with the statistical mechanism joined with the Latin American workshop in plasma physics. In 2017, another, and we collaborate with the organization on the last Latin American workshop on plasma physics that was in Catholic University, and now this conference. We have several collaborations here in Sechen with other groups in Chile and collaboration abroad. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Soto, and thank you to all of our speakers for that, showing us the landscape, the research landscape across Latin America. So we are going to have a short break right now, so please go and enjoy your coffee. But we are a little bit behind schedule, so we are going to have 10 minutes for break. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to start the last session of the day, which is also the first roundtable of this meeting on challenges and opportunities for the industry, nuclear fusion as an industrial driver. So this session will examine how nuclear fusion can become an engine for industrial development in Latin America, linking scientific research with value chains in manufacturing, energy, and mining. The objective is to identify opportunities for Latin companies. And before we start the panel itself, I'd like to ask Leopoldo Soto to introduce the topic of the presentation.
We invite to this conference to the CEO of the Fusion Industry Association, Andrew Holland, and he accepted, but after he had some problem and he cannot come to Chile. So I will do a brief introduction about the global frame of the fusion industry in the world. Some years ago, tech magnates invest in fusion. Another rich man. And Bill Gates said fusion will be an important part of a zero emission future. And you can this information is from the report from the Fusion Industry Association, the last report, the global fusion industry in 2025. And this is the 5th edition. The first was in 2021. And in 2021, there only 23. There were only 23 companies, and now there are 53 companies, private company working in future, and that is the order of magnitude of the investment. The bigger company, Pacific Fusion, $900 million, and one of the small, $36 million. Okay. And there are 53 private companies working in nuclear fusion worldwide. You can see there are a lot in the United States and in Europe, in India, in China, in Australia, but in the global south, anything. No, that is not. And in impressive fact is, and in this year, the private investment is 10 times in comparison with public investment in fusion. And the number of private fusion companies by year start with less than 5 in 1885, and is growing 10 times in up to more than 20 times up. Some remarks. Employment over 4,600 direct jobs exiting this industry. Estimated that 9,000 supply chain jobs. In they so $2 billion. Now is of the order of 10 billion. Private investment is 10 times the private public investment. Some lead and obtain the largest funding the past year, including Pacific Fusion, Helion, Proxima Fusion, and this is important. It's impressive for me. There are a diversity of technological approach, and a report underscored that multiple technical roads, for example, tokamak accelerator, inertial confinement, set pinch, plasma focus, among others. Timeline for commercialization. Most companies plan to build commercial pilot plants between 2030 to 2035, capable of net energy generation. And there are 28 companies expect to connect to the electrical grid between 2030 to 2035. Only a few of them happening before 2030 or after 2040. Technical and financial challenge appears in for the fusion industry. Achieve sufficient fusion power gain, establish a sustainable fuel cycle, tritium and lithium, developing material resistant to neutron irradiation, engineering pilot scale plants, and ensure access to sustained financing. The four challenge are the same challenge that is programming by scientists in national laboratory, in ITER, and in the university or in the public sector, but with different time scale, with really different time scale. Partnership and first clients. Helion Energy signed a first power purchase agreement with Microsoft to produce fusion energy in 3 years more. And another company signed a power purchase agreement with Google. Other agreement including other companies. Beyond fusion, spin-off innovation include advancing in magnet and high-temperature superconductor with application in wind turbines, maglev trains, and other industries. The trajectory of fusion is often compared to the space race, which also transformative technologies. These are my closing comments, my personal closing comments. For more than 60 years, fusion research has been financed almost exclusively by the public sector through university, national laboratory, and large international consortia. Private companies are now leveraging this accumulated knowledge and technological development to move faster and explore alternative pathways. They are investing in fusion because it represents both a historic opportunity and a strategic necessity. Fusion offers the promise of clean, safe, and virtually unlimited energy, a solution to climate change and global energy security. The potential market is immense, with reward for early movers. Unlike public consortia, private firms can act with greater agility, with flexibility, test diverse approach, and attract capital and industrial partners. Even with ongoing skepticism about scientific and technical maturity, these companies accelerate progress and generate value, innovation with immediate application, just as the space race producing a spin-off technologies. The challenge now is to build a healthy public, private, and academic industry relationship that combine long-term vision with flexibility and innovation. The open question remains, can Latin America and the Global South really become part of the global effort in fair and equitable terms?
This panel with these personal remarks and the panorama of the industry for fusion around the world. So I would like, therefore, to take the opportunity to call our panelists. First of all, I invite Hernán Cáceres Venegas, Executive Director of Lithium and Salars Institute, to come to the front. Also, Javier Cazor, Advisor to the Division for National Quantum Technology Strategy of the Ministry of Science. Jerónimo Verdugo, from the National Mining Enterprise, ENAMI. And finally, Alejandro Clause from the Dense Plasma Laboratory, Arroyo Seco. So before starting with our questions that we have prepared for you, I would like to go in a round table and give you the opportunity to make of our round table. So first of all, I would like to start with Hernán Cáceres, whom I mentioned is the Executive Director of the National Institute of Lithium and Salars of Chile. Please.
Hello. First of all, I want to thank the organizers, Leopoldo, especially for the invitation, of course, Chen, here, the Executive Director, Luis, and also the organization, you know, financing all of this, so we can do the presentation today. Well, as you said, I'm the Executive Director for the National Lithium Institute. This is a brand new institute created in Chile recently. Our bylaws were published in December last year, and I started working in the institute in March. So this is a fairly recent institute, and well, I don't want to spoil the future messages, but it's interesting that the government implemented a national strategy in which one of the talking points is creating an institution to create knowledge and articulate all of the actors, but mainly motivated by this particular vision that we have about lithium in Chile, you know, because the lithium is protected by law because of the nuclear interest. And so this is why we're here and why I'm here, because it's a national strategy, but it is aligned with this nuclear interest. And I think that from our institute, we have a joint mission here, which is the implementing.
Now to ask, let's go in sequence. Javier Cazor, as I mentioned, he's consultant to the. Now to ask, let's go in sequence. Javier Cazor, as I mentioned, he's consultant to the Division for National Quantum Technology Strategy of the Ministry of Science, Chile. But he has also a background. He's a physicist with a background in condensed matter physics, currently doing his PhD in magnetism at Adolfo Ibáñez. So please.
Well, about today's conference, for us as minister, it's really important to look everything that happens here. As as Hernan says, we're working now in develop the national quantum strategy. So in that, we're trying to make a huge effort to try to add value to all natural resources and also our natural developments. For example, cases as Leopoldo shows to us in the different ways of how fusion can contribute, different than energy, for example, you know, like plasma impulsing, material testing and things like that is really important to us because these are different things that Chile can use to try to develop new kind of science, and especially now in this topic of fusion, because we need to find new kind of materials for sure to try to develop the real kind of fusion that we want at the energy scale. That's important for us because we have the raw materials like lithium, the raw materials like copper, and the raw materials like rare earth. So for us, it's really important that what is happening here, because we can show the whole scope, and with that we can, well, in my case, I can go back to the ministry to tell them what is happening here, to try to move the efforts to convert in a new topic kind of a strategy, for example, but especially to try to make the efforts of Chile to try to develop science.
And now, Jerónimo Verdugo, whom I already introduced, the Superintendent of Desarrollo de Litio, the National Company of Lithium. So please, your initial remarks.
Thank you. Thank you all, the organization. Thank you, Luis, Leopoldo. Yeah, maybe first, I'm very impressed because I'm from a mining company, and I thought that mining was a masculinized industry. and it's very impressive that there's a lot of men here and little women. I just want to make the statement because yesterday when I saw the invitation and I saw the panel, it was like, you know, this typical picture when you saw Marie Curie with Albert Einstein and Bohr and Schrödinger, and I feel almost 100 years later, it feels a bit similar. Yeah, well, Enami, National Mining Company, is a state-owned company, and I'm in charge of the lithium strategy within the company. So I don't know very much about nuclear fusion, but as my colleague was saying, we have these rare raw materials here in Chile, and we have the capacity and the ability to convert this in a different strategy. So this is we are looking for this national lithium strategy. I will explain a bit more later. Is a way to come from this extractive economy, typically from our countries, from the global south, to a different level. And I think the national strategy is addressing this necessity, and particularly our role as Enami, as a mining company, is also promoting this. So I will explain this a bit later in the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, I would like to give the word to Alejandro Klaus, currently honorary professor at Buenos Aires Institute of Technology and a senior researcher at the Fusion Laboratory of the Aeroefico, for your initial remarks, please.
Okay, well, you have heard by my talk, so more or less the idea of my thinking is set. So basically, my experience that I have in the past decades working with the Chechen and all the people here, and in Argentina in fusion, is that similar to what Leopoldo Soto mentioned in his talks, which is we are small countries compared with the big north, I would say, and it's quite difficult to make a critical mass. So for me, it's very important that the different governments in the region, try in some way to collaborate, to promote, to foster ways of cooperation between them. Like, for example, these big fusion researches or development or projects that are being done in the United States or in Europe or in Asia. So it would be really a dream for me, as well as talking with Leopoldo and some of the friends here to be able in the future that this will be the launching of a real cooperation between the region, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Costa Rica, all the countries that wanted to apply for something like that in common. It's really shocking, like when Leopoldo showed the map and we are not there. all the South American continent is not even a little thing. It would be interesting to have something like that, and to have it together is good.
Okay. Thank you very much, Alejandro. So we have prepared a few questions to guide the discussion, and I would like to start with Javier. So Javier, the first thing will deal with how to engage the industry in this sector. So from your incentives,
So much, Ulysses. I have noted the answer because I saw a different point to talk between the conference. So for us as ministry, advanced technology become attractive when they present these 4 points specifically. Regulatory certainty and enable frameworks that allow to safe testing and reduce entry barriers, for sure. Yeah. Second point is private-public co-founding schemes that reduce initial adoption costs and foster early-stage innovations. Third, shared technological infrastructures, industrial hubs, and pilot centers where companies can test technologies without assuming all the costs. And fourth, productive linkage with straight use. Chile had the advantage of lithium and copper, key inputs in the fusion value chain. So lithium for sure is fundamental for batteries, but also for fusion energies. With all that 4 points, for us, it's when that advanced technology become really attractive and development.
Thank you. Could you give some concrete examples also of government policies and national practices that you see as most effective in encouraging the industry to engage with advanced technologies in general?
One example, for example, is the CERN case. Now we're working with as a associate member. So, for example, all the policies that happen between CERN, it's starting around 2008 when CCDVAL started working with them, are kind of policies that make us member associated. So that kind of policies are things that we have to replicate to try to make this advanced technology convert in Chile.
Okay. Thank you. So now we move to Dr. Hernan. Considering the national lithium strategy, what value chain is being projected for this resource in Chile? And what specific technological development does the Institute aim to promote?
Well, so the national lithium strategy has different lines of work. And in particular, for our institute, we aim to try to develop knowledge and technology for this area of the lithium production and the conservation and understanding of salt flats dynamics. Probably through Menami, they're going to talk about the productive part, so I'm not going to touch on that. And with regards with the institute, I want to spend a few minutes explaining what we aim to do, particularly in our areas of work. You can summarize all of our work into 4 pillars. Salt flats, where we want to understand the dynamics of these saline systems, their monitoring systems, understanding the microbia, and also the aquifers dynamics, the hydrogeological models is something that we want to tackle. For example, in the Atacama salt flat, which is the biggest one in Chile, is almost half the surface of the total surface area of salt flats in Chile. You have 2 major companies producing lithium from there or extracting brines from there. You also have the local communities and a few public agencies. They're all doing some kind of monitoring. They all have their own models, hydrogeological models. And when they get into one table and want to have a conversation about what they all have, they have disagreements. And they have different projections of what operation will do in the future. And so basically, there was someone missing there who has no interest, and so we want to be that articulator for this case, for example. and be able to integrate all of the data and modeling that all of the actors have, and try to produce one common integrated model and maintain it through time so that everybody can trust in what we're gonna maintain, you know. So that would be the first one, salt flats. Then you have a second pillar for technology, and this is either developing or testing different technologies that can be utilized to produce anything that comes from salt flats. And of course, today, you know, the major player would be lithium. And of course, you know, DLE is something that we all are talking about, or at least in the lithium circles. One clear thing that we're going to develop there is a platform for piloting technologies. It's not like we are going to aim to develop our own technologies. It's not that we don't want to do it, but you know, there's already different players doing that. You know, there are the companies that are providing that, there are international developers who are doing that. But the difficulty that they all have is getting piloting experiments, you know, close to the real conditions, or being able to get access to brines. Because here we have, there's a lot of permitting that you have to go through. Also, it's not easy to get to any salt flat. Plus, you have to deal with the properties, their local communities, and the fact that you have to have a permission from Sechen, for example, to get brines from anywhere here. And so it makes it difficult for developers and somebody who doesn't know the Chilean ecosystem, for example, to try to test their technology and prove to any company, you know, that they're being competitive. We want to facilitate that. You know, we want to be able to provide facilities, a catalog of brines, and have already agreements with Sechen and any other public actor, but also with current operators or future operators. So, for example, with SQM and Albemarle, or with Enami for the future operation that they're going to have with Rio Tinto. And so we have to work on this. It's not straightforward. Today is something that we aim to do, and hopefully we get there. We're working on that. So that would be the second pillar, technology. And this is where, you know, we have the opportunity to develop local capabilities, technological capabilities. Because on getting this infrastructure up, or getting the equipment to test anything that we're going to be doing, and also training the people, you get more capabilities that you can not only use for that only, but you can start applying it, you know, for something kind of like increasing the value chain, but horizontally, not just vertically. Because we always talk about, you know, trying to add value to lithium, but like thinking about like producing batteries or producing cars. I mean, we don't have the demand here. But we do mining well. However, we don't build all of the technologies for doing mining, and so we can do something there, you know, and try to solve our own problems in developing the technology that is being utilized right here. So that would be the technology part of the institute. Then there's something that's more far from, you know, the hard sciences. That would be communities. We want to understand social, the social dynamics, what the impact is in the culture of local communities. So this is more of a social sciences kind of research. And then a fourth pillar of citizen science. We want to get in on the citizens, the local people, but also any common citizen more involved in what we're doing, so that somehow create an identity, so that people feel that we're recognizing their backgrounds, especially for the local communities. You know, they have ancestral knowledge, and they want to be able to preserve it somehow. So we want to help out with that. So if you see these four pillars, salt flats, technology, community, and citizen science, our institute is trying to solve a lot of the, kind of like some issues that there was no organization before us that would make it its own mission. It was always something that it would be an additional effort of someone, or either a company or somebody in the public sector, or maybe a private foundation that would do something, but there wasn't something organic and designed to provide these parts. So that's our efforts, and I think that because lithium is part of our gold or core mission, anything that's related to adding value to that, either vertically or horizontally, it will be something that we are going to take care of one way or another, either by funding that we have or by getting funding international, and being able also to connect with several actors in order to, put everything together so we have more. That is easier to get to our goals. Yeah. Hopefully I was clear.
Yes, thank you. That's very interesting because you present a picture of the Lithium Accelerator Institute, which is a broker in all levels between the stakeholders of the lithium business in Chile. This is really interesting, connecting all the relevant people interested and the groups interested in the lithium industry.
Yes. That would be our minimum, I think. And if we do that well, we'll also be able to start, developing our own technologies, doing some or our own basic science on what we can do. So, maybe there will be some DLE that we're going to create, or maybe some application from a microbia or bacteria that have certain potential for cancer treatment or stuff like that. But these 4 pillars are our baseline to work from today.
Excellent. And I understand from what you say that this is also a novelty from, for example, what has been done in the past with mining in Chile.
Well, yeah, this is it kind of changes the way that we see producing raw minerals, because it's not just producing raw minerals now. Now you have a strategy for doing mining in a different way. You involve the people, you create your own knowledge, and also it's kind of like a new governance on the materials, which is not to be confused with who is in charge of everything. It's not like we own the salars or own the lithium. It's nothing like that. But it's kind of like a new way of relating to each other, and I think that there's a lot of space there to do new things, in a new ways, and so that everybody feels good with what we're doing with our own environment, and that that if we do something or have some impact, that everybody understands that it is for a bigger good, and that good we share it all. But if we just do it by our own self, pursuing just one interest, then all of a sudden we're gonna be all enemies from one another, which has been the past. So we're kind of solving, past misunderstandings. I don't want to use the word mistake, but misunderstandings, right?
No, thank you very much. Before we move, I would like to touch a little bit more focusedly on the relation between lithium and fusion, and particularly the lithium-6. So can you tell us a little bit about how the Institute envisioned developing Chilean capacities for lithium isotope separation as part of its strategic national road?
All right, so just to clarify, we're in the first year and we're still doing planning. So this is good that you invited me here, because, now I spent several hours listening to nuclear fusion, so I'm definitely not going to forget to put it on the timeline. All right, so that's a good thing. I don't have the complete answer for this, because I don't even have a complete answer for all of the 4 pillars that I just mentioned. There are certain things that I know that we're going to do, and those are the ones that I told you. You know, the hydrogeological models, the platform, the piloting platform, and all the stuff. Like that, we have funding for that. It is in our plans. But nothing, it's not like we have discarded all of this stuff. Sometimes people ask me also if we're going to do research on lithium batteries. I'm like, the answer there, I always say, it's not that I care about lithium batteries because of the energy storage issue. I care about lithium batteries because it has lithium in it. So the same explanation I would do here. You know, I care about fusion, nuclear fusion, because it potentially would carry lithium from our salt flats, and it's in our mission, in our bylaws, you know, that we have to promote anything that is going to add value to the lithium from our salt flats. So that's my job, basically. And so any opportunity to get international funding, for example, or be also co-sponsor of any application for any funding, we already have a way of doing that. So, I mean, we can be a partner on any submission for any application. I do have to say that it's not something that we will have funded for this today from our core budget. But this is not to say that we can go on a partnership and start developing some capability that will allow us in the future to have this more robust. Now, from the purification point of view of lithium, I know that, for example, SQM has been doing a lot of effort to try to get lithium very, very pure. So there's something with, I think it was with sodium, that they've been reducing it in the past like 6 years a lot, and they say they spend a lot of money on that. But once we get into the developing of on the testing of on the platform of the technology and the piloting technology platform that we're going to develop, we're going to be able to see the technologies, how they jump from the local brines into final products, and see how close is that from, which I know is far. I saw the slide in the morning. Somebody showed that producing 1 gram of tritium was like $4,000. So that's like more than 4 million. So it's a huge difference. I think trying to get to that, it'd be amazing because we would develop a lot of technological capabilities, but currently we don't have it in our plans right now. Maybe tomorrow, who knows?
Thank you very much. So now, Jerónimo, I would like to talk a little bit about direct lithium extraction technology, so DLE. So regarding the explorations carried out in DLE technologies, what conclusions and strategic vision has NME developed that could be relevant for the growth of new technological industries in Chile? So what have you learned from that?
Yeah, so yeah, maybe I will go a step behind as well. I think it's important to tell a bit more about the national lithium strategy. You know, the strategy has different goals and objectives. One is to increase the production, and this is our main focus. The other is to increase the tax collection from the state for social purpose, but also for research and development. And another pillar is also to preserve ecosystems. So 30% of the salt flat will be protected for ecosystems in the salt flat. And the fourth pillar is that we need to reduce the environmental impact of the extraction of the lithium. And this is where DLE is coming. So in AMI, we started the development of this project called Salares Altoandinos. By end of 2023, we start with the exploration of the salt flat. To this day, we have drilled 4,000 meters of borehole and have been able to discover 15 million tons of lithium carbonate equivalent. so that you have an idea of what is the volume that we expect to extract in the future as a project. So, and I expect that the nuclear fusion will increase the demand, so it increase also the price, and this is very good for all of us. And so what we have done regarding technology, at beginning of 2024, so last year, we called for an RFI regarding all the DLE technologies. And we received information, we asked for all the information regarding those technologies, so cost, capex, consumptions, water consumption, energy consumption, etc. And we received information from 30 different companies from all over the world. After this, we have still been receiving more and more information. So I would say that we have at least a list of 50 companies that can provide their technology at the different TRL levels. And we selected 8 of those companies to test our brine. So we took brine from Salar Aguilar, which is one of our good salars or salt flats, and we provide 1 cubic meter to all of those companies, those 8 companies. Some are located in Chile, others are based abroad. So we send this to Australia, England, France, United States, and Chile. So and we got results from these technologies, which are very encouraging. I mean, this technology, when you compare with what is done currently in Salar de Atacama, so with the traditional way to extract lithium, so you increase the recovery of the lithium from the brine from 50% to 95%, or to 90%, between 90 and 95%. In all of those technologies. So you have different families of technology. Adsorption is one. Ionic interchange is other kind of technologies. Solvent extraction. So you have different kinds of technologies, but all of them goes above 85% of recovery. The water consumption is at least 50 times less than the evaporation process, because obviously in the evaporation process you expect that all the water is evaporated. So for the equilibrium of the basin, the impact is much less in the direct lithium extractions on DLE. And also regarding the land use, the surface, it's also 1,000 less. There will be for our project that we expect something around 75,000 tons of lithium carbonate per year. We expect that the use of land for the plant will be around 10 hectares, and for the same production you would need 10,000. So it's several order of magnitudes. So what we learned from this is that it's very important to have this ecosystem of technological companies working hard to get the best technology. And this is an environment that is created also by these conditions. So I wanted to state this because currently we have now the contract, the CEOL, the Contrato Especial de Operación de Litio, is the contract that we will sign with the government. The condition of this contract is currently public. It was tomado de razón by the Contraloría General de la República. So the conditions are now public, and it is stated there that the companies that will produce and extract the lithium from the salt flat will have kind of a special tax. Okay, this special tax will have different components. One component is ad valorem. So what you sell, there is a percentage that goes directly to this tax, and this percentage is depending on the price of the lithium. Well, 15% of this tax will be direct to research and development. So it doesn't go to the public treasure. And this was designed like that because when it goes to the treasure, you know, it's elaborate. You lose control. You lose control. I mean, it goes to other purpose. Research and development is never the first, you know, priority. So this was designed in the contract. So we have this 15% of this ad valorem component of the contract that goes direct to research and development. And there, all the institutions, I mean, there's a huge governance which is stated in the contract that will define in which way we will use these resources. And this is out of ENAMI's hand. So this will go to the public policy. So Ministry of Science, Ministry of Environment, the different institutes will define where we put this as priority for research. So it's important that here you know this because one of the possibilities could be to use these resources also for nuclear fusion. I think I can stay here for
yes. It's very interesting what you mentioned about this special fund. In Brazil, where I come from, we have the same thing. It's called National Fund for Science and Technology, and nowadays it's worth tens of billions per year of investment in science and technology, both to institutions that do fundamental research, but also for companies that can lend this money at low interest rates to then and long pay time to develop technology within them. So this has been very successful in Brazil, and it's been working for decades very successfully. So it's very nice to hear that we're going the same direction. Also in Brazil, we have another thing that was discussing with some colleagues before, which is the fact that some extractive companies like Vale and Petrobras, they also have an obligation to invest in scientific research and development or technological research and development. It's done for them and together with them, but in cooperation with research institutes. So this has also been a very successful model of developing research from these kinds of industries, and also beneficial to the companies themselves, because of course they acquire expertise in the research sector, and then they also incorporate these technologies and the intellectual property of these technologies that they develop. So it's a very interesting model. Let me just ask now, before we move on, can you comment a little bit about what this experience could have as a potential also for rare earths, which is something that we discussed.
So regarding rare earths, Ministry of Mining is also designing a strategy, a specific strategy. This is not yet closed, and I think we are one step behind regarding rare earth. In Chile, we know as ENAMI as a mining company, we have been researching potential for rare earth. And we know that we have geological potential in several parts. So in Atacama region, when you have deposits which are like iron, copper oxide, and gold. So in general, this kind of deposits also have a relevant rare earth. Also in the center south of Chile, so close to Concepcion, where we have the first project, you know, under environmental evaluation, where we have residual soils, which is also a good environment for the deposit of rare earth. In the extreme south, in the tailing dams of old mining, silver mining, in the tailings we have also a good concentration of rare earth. But there, the problem, and I think it's also relevant because it's a matter of technology. We need to move forward regarding processing of the rare earth, which is the main problem or the main issue that we need to address as a mining country. So we need to move in these two directions. So to go from this potential, which are areas, to real project or prospects, or with exploration. We need to invest in exploration regarding rare earth, and on the other hand, we need to also invest in better understanding. And we need also to, I'm not an expert, but I know that almost all the rare earth is being processed in China, and in China, environmental standards for this industry is low compared to our current standards. So we need to move to, I would say, greener way to process the rare earth, and this requires a lot of research.
Very much. So now to close the round of questions, I would like to move to Dr. Alejandro Clause. Alejandro, I would like to ask you about, considering the current knowledge in plasma physics and global advances in fusion, which technologies derived from this research do you consider to be the closest to development and transfer to industry in Latin America? So moving from the perspective of the industry, talking about how it can benefit or interact with the research cycle, trying to understand in which technologies can be transferred from the industry.
From plasma physics and all this infusion research, there are some experiences in the world that we can look. I was thinking last night that probably, from my point of view, pulse power is the more promising technology on all, basically electrical engineering, everything related with storage, something like that. That's a very versatile technology that have a lot of applications in the society. Especially, for example, processing, material processing, a lot of testing like food in food industry or agriculture. Health, for example, is sterilization and so on. Pulse technology is vital in fusion, so it's common to those. So that's, I think, is the most promising. It's been applied in different parts of the world. Also, fusion, it's like it was it's similar to regular nuclear industry, fission also. That is so complex that it touches a lot of part of the science. So in that way, it is similar to many of the other things. All these things, if you have a real technology, you always will have speed. All the science, engineering, and physics. So, for example, material. For example, we have here material processing. Fusion. What is the difference in fusion? You go to the extreme temperatures, extreme pressures, extreme concentration. So the damage in the materials is hard. So you have to push all the knowledge on that. So in material science, we know that there is a huge for example, irradiation, for example, special kind of things like pulse radiation that we didn't have in the past. So we are seeing new things that have applications in that. And also there are externalities. They come into externalities. Things that just come out from the derivatives and derivations of that, like pure science, for example. Like so those are more or less the things that I think there are more potential applications in fusion, from fusion.
Right. And looking not necessarily in fusion, would you have a good story or interesting example to tell, for example, from your experience in Argentina, in Conea, that describes how this process happened with success?
Yeah, it's difficult. We had, well, I was thinking about, and I can tell you, one of these is the radiation. showed talk about for example, we prove that images is important. People here in Chile also, they tested and proved, and in Mexico also, Julio has shown us this possibility. So one is that this pulse radiation is extremely different. In Argentina, we presented we didn't finish in a product, but we presented in a competition, public competition for all. In Argentina now it is a fashion to have one a year in public competition. And I think in 2016 we have but the one that I it was strange for me because it just emerged from was computer science because we needed computer calculations and it's hard to do the calculations. Gustavo from the CIR showed all the needs that we need. It's very difficult plasma physics. Fluid is very difficult. Fluid mechanics is very difficult. Those are non-linear equations. And plasma, you add to fluid, you add the electromagnetic equation. So it's even more difficult. And so we needed the help of that. Started with plasma, then we made something for fluid, then the Atomic Energy Agency from Argentina asked for some calculations in neutronics, and then suddenly some guy from the work ministry asked for something to train the workers in the tracks, for example. Then from subway in the Buenos City and so on. Now it's a big industry that emerged just from that. So that's an example of something that occurs. It's really occurs. It's so much that the name of this institute is Pladema, which originally was plasmas densos magnetizados, dense magnetized plasmas, and they continue with that. They changed the significance of that, but they continue because the brand was there. So that's an interesting thing. I think there is a lot of potential for spin-up.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we concluded the first round, but to finish the discussion, and then perhaps if we have time, we can open to the wider audience. As you know, there is the intention, as Leopoldo already introduced, that at the end of this conference, there will be the declaration on science and technology for nuclear fusion, and which will be called Santiago Declaration. And what we would like to ask you is, what specific commitments or ideas would you propose from this discussion to be incorporated into the conclusions of this conference, and therefore to be considered for the Santiago Declaration? So, in which order you prefer?
Yeah. First, I want to take one of the slides that Leopoldo shows as list. He compared ITER and the all fusion development with the space career. It's really important that because it's a worldwide community that's working on development of science. It's the third or fourth example of that: a space career, CERN, ITER, and probably quantum mechanics in the future. So we as minister trying to extract all the things we learn at CERN a context to try to make the same propose. So, for example, the commitment I want to propose now is to consolidate a regional cooperation agenda in advanced technology articulated. First, public and private co-invest funds, for sure. Second, activate participation of international projects, in this case, such as ITER, for sure. Third, development of a specialist human capital, especially in fusion, nuclear fusion, sorry. Fourth, productive linkage around strategic resources as lithium, copper, and rare earth. And this will enable Latin America not only to participate as a supplier for materials, but also positioning itself in the value chain. This is really important. So for us as ministry, that's our proposal.
Is this being recorded?
It's being live streamed.
Live stream, wow. Well, I think okay. So from our institute, I mean, lithium is in the name. So anything that's related with lithium production, enrichment, and any economical value that lithium could have, has, or may have, it will be of our interest. So that's just know that as a baseline. And so I would say that for this particular line of work, we can right out of the gate can get a partnership or a consortium where we can strategize. We can also commit to being also some sort of sponsorship of any proposal or international call that it could be for applying for this. And also I would like to have this citizens linkage area of our institute also being involved with this, because I think that including, you know, the people, it kind of creates more validate. I mean, it creates validation of the work that you're doing. I remember one of your colleagues also was highlighting the importance of disseminating, you know, what you're doing and including, you know, so anything that is value added to the lithium somehow, we will do that work as well. So in relationship with this, you know, I would also commit to that, for example, to kind of like get the people involved in knowing more about this particular use of lithium, which, by the way, explains the whole power that Chilean government has over lithium. And so and people don't know this. So we can also contribute to that. And it'll be in the long-term plan, definitely. Somehow we'll get funding for that, but we can include it in the plan.
I will make it very simple. I think that this declaration should consider that the mining industry, particularly mining industry in those strategic raw materials, should contribute in funding this research. This is, I mean, it was stated there. This is not only. This is not, you know, something that is, I would say, out of, you know, this typical when you talk to people and they say no, academic is just, you know, thinking. This is a possible solution for the problem that we are facing as humanity. So it needs to be prioritized for these fundings. And I think from my side as representing a mining company, I think mining industry needs to contribute.
Okay, my choice would be to promote this kind of cooperations, which is my dream. I mean, I remember when we first started 20 or 25 years ago with Leopoldo, we even studied this, how to make a synergy of that, and we study there is a theory there. We were surprised of that. There was a theory, not with equations, but a social theory, how to manage research and development. So we bought some papers, we studied a little. There is a first generation which was the old one in the old days, at least. Just keep the money, and the people who study, they are intelligent, and somehow they will produce something. And that produce something, I don't know, relativity or quantum mechanics, something like that in the old days. But we don't have enough money for that. We can do that, maybe in some years, but you need a lot of money for that. So that's, in all the world, is not pursuing anymore. Then the second generation was after the war, and was a division of centers of costs. You concentrate all the costs there, and then you put some planning and so on because of the war and so on, and you develop something, and that's another way. We don't have enough money in our countries too for that type of thing, for big, really huge things. So if you do that, well, you end up in little projects, completely unarticulated. And so the third one was the kind of matrix theory. So you combine and say, okay, these are corporations and the networks and so on, which is the one that we try to pursue. And then there was a fourth one, which is the platforms. You say, okay, these corporations sometimes work, sometimes don't work. But what worked even in industry, the kind of cooperation and work is you try to identify platforms of knowledge. It's similar to the technology for cars. Have you seen that there is a whole technology of a whole line of cars? So you save a lot of money, you produce more because there's similar things and so on. So we started to do that. That's why we went to plasma focus and different aspects of plasma focus and so on. So we studied that. We studied how to herd the cats. When we realized that we were the cats, it's very difficult to manage the people that think by their own, that there's their own boss, in some way we are our own boss. But we managed to do that and so on. But if we want to go to now to say, okay, let's go to another level, not just for some money, more money, like in the past. I don't know, level of one, millions of dollars, for example. You say, well, yeah, 25 years we received $1 million, right? In 25 years, so it's like the photograph that Felipe showed with the water. If you have a pail of water, nothing is new. But if you have all, so it's 1 million. I don't know, 1 year, 2 years. But for that, we need some more. We need some structure. Like we don't have. I think we don't have yet. Some people we have to ask for that, and that is one thing we can write in a declaration or put in a declaration for the government. We want you to think about all this investment and directions to the public and so on. But we need some kind of structure to invest the thing in a different way to make that, not just collection of things. It's difficult to think. How do you think we can do something like in the car industry? They make a whole line in that, but thinking about countries, for example, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, things like that. It's difficult. How we do that in a project, not just put one money and so on. We had with Leopoldo, we had two projects supported by both governments, and went well. But there are small projects. We need another step. So for that step, we need something more. We need a structure that we know that there is there. We need some help for that. So what I wrote is something like that. An idea is, it is recommended that the Latin American governments actively promote strategic collaborations aimed at the joint development of nuclear fusion capabilities. This initiative should encourage the structured involvement of energy companies, academic institutions, and public sector organizations, fostering a coordinated ecosystem for innovation, capacity building, and long-term technological sovereignty in the region. So that's one idea that I propose to put in that direction.
Thank you very much. I could not more. I think that these big challenges that we have ahead and these very disruptive technologies that are coming in all fronts, not only fusion, but fusion certainly is one of these. They really, for our region, require coordinated action. Now we have some capabilities here and there. In some fronts, it's perhaps very good and very critical capability, but it's mostly dispersed. So we have to start creating means of coordinating this together industries, governments, to create the critical mass, so that at least in one of these fronts, we're going to be able to make the leap, Otherwise, we are going to lose in all fronts. And as technologies become more and more disruptive, the consequences of losing become more and more big, So maybe we can, for one or two questions off the floor, if there are any. Yes. Wait for the microphone. Yeah.
Hello. Okay. My name is Horacio Corti from the Atomic Energy Commission in Argentina. Contrary to what happened in Argentina, Chile, lithium is a strategic material because of the nuclear technology issues. But on the other way, one of the strategic in Chile is to increase the extraction as much as possible. In my talk this morning, I said that in 2030, that's in 4 years, the battery industry will consume about 5% of the world lithium reserves per year. And this number is going to increase because the electromobility is going to increase exponentially. And my question is, if it's possible, in the public sector, the Minister of Science or Institute of Lithium have a plan or a strategic to preserve some stock of lithium accessible for the future of fusion reactors.
So, but it's my opinion. I don't think we're gonna run out of lithium. Point where we can't provide supply for fusion. My understanding, and please correct me, that a fusion plant doesn't use as much lithium as one would expect, right? And especially because also you can recycle it somehow. But I'm not sure about that. But it's not you have an initial supply that you have to install in the plant, and then you somehow recycle it, so you don't need the initial amount yearly, for example. So both are little, the initial and also the replenishment. In comparison with the volume of cars. Now, the other thing with the volume of cars is that though the initial increase is exponential, it should get to a point where you only have to replenish. Recycling lithium from lithium batteries, you can get 90% recovery. So there's a point where you're only gonna have to produce lithium to replenish the new cars, new ones for population increase, but there's not gonna be a population increase. I mean, we now know that population is gonna be decreasing. You're not gonna surpass 9 billion people in the world, so I don't see a future where we're running out of the lithium. There's a lot of lithium here, and also there's a lot of lithium at sea. However, it's interesting to have a special provision of a pure production, like the best lithium production that there is for this kind of research or applications. And I think that because we have the law for doing that, then we can easily just to know this. I don't think that overall that's a big issue. Now, this is my personal perspective on this.
First of all, thank you for the question. I cannot answer specifically in lithium, but I can reformulate the question for copper, because I'm in that context. Today we have the problem of copper that, for example, we're selling about 60 or 70%, correct me if I'm wrong, of the material like raw material, not even as cathodes or anodes. So we're losing so many materials in that process. So that the question for us as ministry was how to give value to that raw material. For sure. In that context, CERN appears like a good way to conduct the efforts, because they, as a system members, they challenge us to be able to fulfill attain value for their experiments in electricity. So in this case, for example, they offer us to try to supply the demand of oxygen-free copper. So that allows us as Chile to gain value for the normal copper. In that context, for us, like a ministerium, is probably going to be similar than we'll with having with ITER, probably late for sure, because ITER is in construction. But when we can become members or we have already meetings with them, they probably will take for us different challenges in lithium, for example, and we will be able to.
That's true. Yeah, said that. Well, Sechen is in charge of putting also the limit. You know, we have a quota that the Sechen is in charge of limiting our dreams. But yeah, just big numbers. So we have our project is, as I said, 15 million tons of lithium carbonate equivalent. So to ask for the quota to Sechen, we consider that a third of that could be goes to from resources to reserves, so that economically you can get it out of the salt plant. See, if you take these 5 million tons and you divide into the time that we have for the contract is up to 2060. This would go around 200,000 tons per year. So it's kind of 3 times what we consider as a reasonable project, because we have other limitations such as water consumption and other. So at least from our project, we will not run out of lithium for a while.
Okay, so Leopoldo.
Yeah, is to complement the question of Horacio Corti, because of course the quantity, the amount of lithium is important, but it's more important all the change, technological change to obtain lithium-6, because without lithium-6 we have not lithium. So we can have a lot of lithium, but we have not the knowledge, the science and the technology to produce lithium-6 and then material enrichment with lithium-6 to produce tritium. We are not part of the business. To be part of the business, we need to know how to produce tritium from the salad with all of the change. And the commercial future will be for the scientists in 30, 50 years, for the industry for 5 years. But fortunately, we have several years to learn how to produce tritium. But we need to start now, because I remember that 30 years ago here in Sechen, with universities, developed a proposal for battery of lithium. And in the CONICET said, no, it's not important because the lithium, the batteries is not the future. It's not the future. And now, when the people ask for lithium battery, the authorities said we are late. We need to start now to add value in the change to produce lithium-6 from the salad.
Thank you, Leopoldo. Unless someone wants to comment about this?
That's why, Leopoldo, it's really important to make a strategies, national strategies. One example, for example, now is in the quantum context. I'm working in the quantum strategy, national strategy, and that's the same issue that we have. How we produce quantum technology in Chile, quantum sensors, quantum computing, because we don't have the manufacturer ways to do it today, right? So that's the first step as ministry, is to make a strategy plan, to make all the issues, all the points, important points, to try to develop, in this case, manufacture, for sure. Also technicals, also academics, also every part of the value chain, for sure. But also after that comes the action plan. And in the action plan, it's really important to be able to transform these efforts in a materialization, in a materialized way. One example that I love always to share in the ministry is the example of nanofocus, because nanofocus is a Chilean development, 100% Chilean, and in nuclear physics, it's really important. The why I take that as an example always, because we try to replicate what happens in C10 to quantum mechanics. Why? Because you start with academics and investigation. After that, you start to manufacture things here. You buy the equipment, everything. And after that, you develop effectively a nanofocus. A nanofocus is really important because you can try materials, you can try different ways of make plasma, different things made in Chile that can be exported in the different countries. So for us, that's a way. For example, other examples are CCD-Val or Sapphire that can make in Chile technology, that can manufacture in Chile technology with the knowledge of Chilean people. So for us, that's like the way of trying to solve that kind of issues.
Very good. So, do you want to say? Please. If you want.
I mean, I of course I agree with Leopoldo. You have to build the technological capabilities. I mean, trying to get to the point where you can produce tritium, I'm saying it correctly, you're gonna have to develop so much technology, so many people trained. I think that trying to pursue that is healthy for our nation. Because again, I think I said that like 3 times already, but like I feel like when you try to pursue something particular, in finding out something that you don't know how to do exactly, you have to build this capability that then, you know, it's kind of like going to the gym, basically. You know, you go to the gym, but then you can go hiking, you can, you know, you can go skiing, you can go swimming, and it's not like you were trying to become a swimmer, you know, you were just going to the gym. So I think we have to go to the gym with this, and you know, I don't have a problem with saying that we can that we will include this in our plans. There's so many things in our plans that we don't know how we're gonna fund. But somehow we have to take advantage of what Geronimo was saying about this special provisions that the contracts of exploiting the lithium have, that you have to put some of the funding for research directly. I think that this is important to preserve. If somehow this special law that we have about lithium here in Chile goes away, we're not going to have that leverage, you know, as a nation. It may slow some productivity processes, but you know, we have an advantage of here, kind of like choosing how we can create or how we distribute the wealth that comes from that production. And I think that putting it into science and technology development is key. It's key because that's what give ourselves the capabilities of solving our own problems. Otherwise, we're gonna always be depending on some other nation, some other company from abroad that's gonna have to provide us the tools to do anything that we want to do here. I don't want to have that Actually, I have to say that's what inspires me the most about taking this job. I'm from Antofagasta. I've seen the local industry develop so big and not seeing my city develop at the same pace. Like all of the development for the people and the communities, you know, and the culture, the arts, the beauty of the cities, is not increasing with the pace of the increasing of the industry. You see progress. If you go to Antofagasta now and you compare it with 10 years ago, you're gonna see some new park there or something over there. There's some nice restaurant in the corner now. But this is not enough. It's not definitely not at the speed of the development of the industry. So if you have a chance of developing industry and developing, you know, the local capabilities, you create good quality jobs. Then the people have more money. Then they have to stay there. And then you start creating, you know, other enrichments of culture and relationships. And if you have well-trained people, you're gonna get good results, not just on what you're looking for, but also on other stuff that you can't imagine. Sorry for going into a rant.
Excellent. So I think this concludes our panel. I would like to thank very much all the panelists. So, and everybody also that spoke and contributed to this day, and see you tomorrow.